The title of the conference is Corporate Governance as Enabler of Sustainable Growth, a theme of our times. Across the globe, the role of corporate governance is increasingly recognized in developing ethical, profitable, and sustainable business. First defined by the UK Cadbury Committee in 1992 as the system by which companies are directed and controlled, corporate governance has from the start attracted the attention of shareholders, politicians, journalists, and the public at large. Corporate governance frameworks have been developed in almost every country, comprising a regulatory mix of legislations and securities laws, as well as listing rules and corporate governance codes. The focus on corporate governance intensified due to the corporate scandals at the beginning of the millennium, followed by the financial crisis in 2007-2008. These events revealed the poor corporate governance can negatively impact companies and their stakeholders, having a ripple effect throughout the economy and the society as a whole. Therefore, the need for responsible and effective corporate governance has been widely acknowledged for ensuring both the success and creation of value for companies in the long term and the value creation for all stakeholders, including shareholders, employees, suppliers, and communities. How can this be achieved? Sensible as it may sound, in practice, it is not easy to harmonize the interests of so many parties. Moreover, there is no one-size-fits-all approach to corporate governance. There are many factors, such as national and corporate culture and strategy, that can affect a company's governance structure. In addition, despite regulatory advancements, it is still in the hands of the company to truly integrate the corporate governance principles, as the most corporate governance regulatory frameworks are based on soft laws. As such, the role of the board of directors becomes increasingly important in ensuring these corporate governance standards are met to achieve the long-term sustainable success of the organization. This role requires a shift in paradigm in both how boards are working from a traditional risk compliance focus to a proactive value creation strategic one. We trust the 23rd European Corporate Governance Conference will offer the very opportunity to share best practices in using soft law mechanisms such as principles, guidelines, and toolkits to steer good governance for sustainable growth. In the international corporate governance arena, South Africa has emerged as a trailblazer with its King Force Code providing a comprehensive guide to promoting corporate citizenship, shareholders' inclusion, and forward thinking. We are very fortunate to have today distinguished Professor Mervyn King as keynote speaker at our conference, and I trust he will shortly share with us how we can get there. Throughout the day, you will have the opportunity to listen to an excellent lineup of speakers representing a diverse range of regulatory institutions, shareholders, directors, academia, with a wealth of experience in promoting good corporate governance. The European Corporate Governance Conference is a valuable opportunity for directors, investors, governance experts, and regulators to come together to exchange ideas and leading practice. So please enjoy the conference today and make sure you make the best out of it. And now I have the honor and pleasure to invite Professor Mervyn King to address his keynote speech. It is a great honor to have Professor King here. It's not easy to have him in the country because he's such a sought-after speaker. So who is Professor Mervyn King then? He's a chairman emeritus of the International Integrated Reporting Council in the United Kingdom and the King Committee on Governance in South Africa. Mervyn King is a senior counsel and former judge of the Supreme Court of South Africa. He's a professor extraordinary at the University of South Africa on corporate citizenship, honorary professor at the Universities of Pretoria and Cape Town, and a visiting professor at Rhodes. He has an honorary doctorate of laws from the universities of Witwatersrand in South Africa and Leeds in the UK. He is a chairman of the King Committee on Corporate Governance in South Africa, which produced King 1, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and the chairman of the Good Law Foundation. He is a chairman of the International Integrative Reporting Council in London, chairman emeritus of the Global Reporting Initiative in Amsterdam, and a member of the Private Sector Advisory Group to the World Bank on Corporate Governance. He recently received an ICGN Lifetime Achievement Award for promoting quality corporate governance globally. And he has been a chairman, director, and chief executive of several companies listed on the London, Luxembourg, and Johannesburg stock exchanges. He has consulted, advised, and spoken on legal, business, advertising, sustainability, and corporate governance issues in over 60 countries, receiving awards from the World Federation of Stock Exchanges and International Federation of Accountants. He is the author of 5 books on governance, sustainability, and reporting, the latest being The Auditor Quo Vadis. So, with all this, I let him to give the latest news on King Report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have you got volume? Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm delighted to be here. It's my first visit to Romania. You've heard I've spoken in over 60 countries. This is my 64th country. But I'm delighted to be here. Thank you very much for asking me. It's my second time, Elizabeth, at the European Conference. I'm going to talk this morning about the healthy company. You might ask immediately, what is the healthy company? Well, it's a company where the collective mind of the board has been applied to ensure the long-term health of the company, which is in the long-term better interest of all its stakeholders, including its shareholders. The era of corporate leaders during the 20th century was to focus on increasing shareholder wealth instead of the long-term health of the company. So I want to take you back a little while, not too far, to the middle of the 19th century. At that time, there were organizations that had unlimited liability. So wealthy families provided the working capital, but when there was bankruptcy, they were also liable for the claims of all the creditors and all the employees. They started balking against this. The politicians of the day, sounds very familiar, wanted them to continue giving this working capital because they had promised the voters more jobs. And so eventually, Lord Gladstone it was, who said, why don't we, as the representative of the people, the government of the day, create an artificial person and give it limited liability? There was opposition to it from theologians. The theologians said, who is mankind? And the ladies that are present, in those days it was mankind, it wasn't humankind. Who is mankind to create a person that has no heart, mind, soul, or conscience? What kind of a person is this? But as you all know, by 1844, the Joint Stock Company was passed in the United Kingdom, and the company with limited liability was created. If you have limited liability, there are also limited rights. And the limited rights of a shareholder are, to this very day, the shareholder has no duty or responsibility to the company. And on bankruptcy, the shareholder stands at the back of the queue after the ranking of creditors, etc. But one of the consequences of this was that at the time towards the end of the 19th century, of the formation of the limited liability company, the law of being a guardian of an incapacitated human being was well developed. If you lived at that time, and heaven forbid you had a 16-year-old brother that became incapacitated of mind, and you were appointed his guardian, you would have to do it being loyal to him. Whatever skills you had, you would have had to apply to him voluntarily. You would have to diligently do your homework and plan for him short, medium, and long term, because the physician says physically he's fine, he's going to live well into his 90s. And you would take great care of his assets and great care in your decision-making for him. And those became the duties of a director of this incapacitated, inanimate, artificial person known as the company with limited liability. So they started marrying those two. And understanding that principle of incapacity gives you context and narrative to the duties of good faith, care, skill, and diligence of the director. So, I don't know where to point. Right. One of the consequences of wealthy families giving now equity capital was they became the directors of the company. And it was almost a natural consequence that other stakeholders, such as employees, saw them as the owners of the company. And to this very day, I'm sure you've heard the phrase, such a major shareholder, the owner of the company. Now, if I said to any lady present, I'm going to choose you, Elizabeth, that I own you, you'd be horrified. You're not allowed to own a person. It's in fact illegal. Slavery was abolished 180 years ago. And yet in public discourse to this very day, we talk about the shareholders being the owners of the company. It's a very strange kind of ownership. You've got in front of you a pen. It belongs to you. You can throw it away. You can give it to me. You can sell it. A director or a shareholder cannot remove a pen out of a company. It's a theft. It cannot use the company's assets. The shareholder cannot dip his or her fingers into a till and remove money. The only way they can get money from a company, if the board declares a dividend, if there's enough liquidity, the company pays a dividend. The shareholder has a conglomeration of very important incorporeal rights. They appoint the directors. They can remove directors at extraordinary general meetings. If there's a dividend and if there's liquidity, they receive the dividend. But then their rights come to an end. So this cry for shareholders having, for example, a say on pay is actually nonsensical. When the average holding of shares of shareholders on the great stock exchanges of the world, I'm going to take London as an example, used to be nearly 30 years, 25 years ago. Today it's 6 to 7 months. And with electronic settlement, ownership is passing between 22 and 25 seconds, shares. And when you want to see who the owner of shares is, you cannot see it. Because up on the screen at an AGM comes the custodian electronically. You don't know that it's John Smith who's the beneficial owner. So in 2016 at Harvard University, I had an interesting discussion with Professors Stout and Payne and Bob Eccles. And Professor Payne wrote a fantastic article in the Harvard Business Review in 2016, in which she said the era of corporate leaders in the 20th century has been this focus on increasing the wealth of shareholders instead of focusing on the long-term health of the company. Now, the principle was a financial capital model and a shareholder-centric governance model. And the principle you will all remember was increase this wealth at the top and it would trickle down to the impoverished at the bottom. Well, the trickle became treacle. It stuck, didn't trickle down. And in fact exploded in 2008 with the GFC. And so today we have inclusive capitalism. So until the end of the 20th century, we looked at value through a financial lens. what was the present value of discounted future cash flows? And then from a reporting point of view, we reported on the financials, balance sheet, profit and loss statements, some management commentary according to IFRS in this part of the world. And when you think about it, it's historic. It's things that have happened. So not much that a stakeholder can glean from that as to the true state of play inside a company, nor the probability of long-term health. So if I'm the trustee of your pension fund, I owe you a duty to invest in a company that's going to be around and still creating value, let's say in 25 years' time when you retire. But I cannot make an informed assessment from the financials alone. In automotive terms, it was like building a motor car with the rear view mirrors but no windscreen. Yet that's how we reported for decades, since the 1930s. And we believed, we as directors, believed we were discharging our duty of accountability. We were not. So that is a most significant slide. You will see an extraordinary thing was happening towards the end of the 20th century, into the turn of the 21st century. This is research done by Ocean Toma with McKinsey on the S&P 500, some of the world's iconic companies. You will see an extraordinary thing was happening. I'm trying to this pointer. Anyway, you'll see there in 1975, so 25 years before the turn into the 21st century, you had tangible assets, almost 83% were additives in a balance sheet according to International Financial Reporting Standards. 10 years later, it was 68%. By 95, it was only 32%. By the turn into the 21st century, it was 20%. The latest figures 2 weeks ago was 14%. So the intangible assets suddenly started becoming the greater part, percentage-wise, of the market capitalization of iconic companies. What was happening? Well, what had happened was, with the third industrial revolution in the 1970s, the computer age, research was expedited. And we were able to establish, not me personally, but the scientists, ecologically, that by 1997, public and private companies, and to a less extent individuals, had used and were continuing to use natural assets faster than nature was regenerating them. Clearly not a sustainable matter. And the famous statement by Paul Pullman, who was then the chief executive of Unilever, it's clear we cannot carry on business as usual. We've got to carry on business as unusual. We have to change. Well, what were these intangible assets? Those are they which you see on the screen. This ecological overshoot, and yet with population increase and increased demand for product. So we had to make more, but with decreasing natural assets. Then strategy. Strategy started changing. We used to strategize, we, a board with a collective mind, we used to strategize from input to output to the product. Suddenly people were asking the question, what is the outcomes? What are the impacts or effect that this company's product or service is having on the three critical dimensions for sustainable development, the economy, society, and the environment? Not my language, the language of your country. 193 countries signed the Sustainable Development Goals by 2015. And that's the language in the SDGs. That there are three critical dimensions for sustainable development in the 21st century: the economy, society, and the environment. And I paraphrase. But what they say in the SDGs, business is at the junction of those three critical dimensions. And as you know, most businesses are conducted through the medium of the company, which has to be governed. Reputation became critical with social media. Supply chains. We learned 12, 14 years ago with Nike, when it was discovered that child labor were making their shoes. The next day on the New York Stock Exchange, 40% of the market cap was gone. So great asset owners and asset managers started doing a due diligence on what was happening in supply chains. Completely changed due diligence, which was only a financial one. Then the Human Rights Charter of 1948, after the atrocities of the Second World War, became not only with willful intent, but started looking at it through a civil society lens. And like child labor, deforestation, a company would lose value on a stock exchange. Civil society became a greater disruptor of companies than the shareholder activist. Just one example, Nestle, the world's biggest food producer. When it was said that the orangutan, the species, according to scientists, very close to Homo sapiens, that their original habitat were in the area of Malaysia, where they'd cut down all the wetland forests and grown palm oil, and the biggest buyer of palm oil was Nestle. And Greenpeace had asked the Malaysian government, please cut down a few hundred hectares of these palm oil trees, regrow the wetland forest so we can reintroduce the orangutan into that area. Well, the Malaysian government did it. It is said that Greenpeace went to speak to the chief risk officer in Geneva at the head office. It is said that he never advised the board. Whatever happened, a few weeks later, Greenpeace produced a video, which was on YouTube, and a lady goes into a supermarket in Zurich, buys a Kit Kat, peels it open, and out came the cut-off bleeding finger of an orangutan. They ran to court, got an interdict to stop it, but of course by that time it was viral. This led to Nestle and the Malaysian government negotiating, and a few hundred hectares of palm oil trees were cut down, and any day now the orangutan is going to be reintroduced into that area. Google it. Nestle palm oil orangutan. Huge disruptor of one of the world's biggest companies. And I can give you many more examples. So the great asset owners and asset managers of the world got together with some iconic companies, and as you all know, United Nations Principles of Responsible Investment started. The great asset owners and asset managers of the world started thinking differently in making capital available. And the due diligence of a company that made a bond available for bidding in the capital markets of the world changed completely. It was not only a financial due diligence. And they started asking, well, this company has made $100 million EBITDA, but how did it make that $100 million? Was it made being substituted by society and the environment so that holistically it's actually been destroying value? That's not an investment for the 21st century. You're actually destroying value. And so responsible investment became the mantra of the day for not much, $43 trillion US. So they started looking at what are the positive and negative impacts of how this company is making its money on these three critical dimensions which I've mentioned to you. So I was chairman of the United Nations on Governance and Oversight, and also became chairman of the Global Reporting Initiative in Amsterdam. And in 2008, it was the year of the GFC, the International Federation of Accountants called a meeting at the United Nations. And it was historic. It was Chatham House rules. Nothing goes out of this room. The World Bank was there, the world chairman of the Big Four. I was there as chairman of the GRI, and the president, then president of IFAC, Gordon Lidstrom, and the chief executive, Ian Ball. And they said, we have to accept that financial reporting is critical, but it's no longer sufficient. As chairman of the GRI, I said, well, because we're in a resource-constrained world, and people have realized that it's become an important issue on valuation to see if the company is sustainable, and sustainability issues like water to the beverage manufacturer, has it been built into the business model and strategy of the business of the company? Or is it still seen in the silo as CSR? Well, it's absolutely critical, but without numbers is meaningless. At that meeting, I went further and I said, but you know, companies are now reporting in two silos, financial and sustainability. And yet, forever, these things have been integrated. Companies have never operated on a basis financial capital in Bucharest, human capital in London, intellectual capital in New York. It doesn't operate like that. These things and the relationship between the company and stakeholders are integrated 24/7. We need to do something to integrate these things. This led to the formation of the International Integrated Reporting Council, in which the great accounting organizations, the World Bank, and if you Google the IRC.org, you'll see 63 council members, really representative of the great regulators and great investors in the world. So the whole idea was to change the mindset. And the mindset had been to think of these things in silos. The revolutionary immensity of integrated reporting is not the report itself. It's in the thinking. That you actually get that change of mindset. That you no longer look at corporate social responsibility in a silo. Like Coca-Cola, I'm going to show you. 12, 13 years ago, didn't stop looking at the conservation of water as a social responsibility issue, but built it into the long-term business strategy of the company. And that's what we should do. Corporate social investment. Some countries have actually legislated 2% of profit before tax must be provided to CSI. Well, this is what happens. I'm the chairman. Some underling, go and build a school over there for so many dollars. Tick the box. We've complied with CSI without an application of mind of how it adds value to this incapacitated company on which so many people are dependent. So value today is no longer just looked at through a financial lens. It's looked at through a value creation lens. Has the company actually identified the critical sustainability issues pertinent to the business of the company? Is it entrenched, embedded into the strategy of the business of the company? So at the IIRC, 2 years of working with 105 of the world's iconic companies and over 300 professionals, we drafted a 36-page document. And I'm sure there are many people in this room who have read the framework. Those who haven't, I'll talk to you as a judge, you will read it, because it's in your interest to read it. This was a conglomeration of the input of companies like HSBC, Microsoft, etc. And then you can also Google the Black Sun Research House. They did an independent research of all those companies who changed their mindset as a board to think on an integrated basis and all the benefits that accrued to them. Well, what we said was, you can actually put the inputs into a company, whatever its business, under those capital headings: financial, manufactured, human, intellectual, natural, social. And we said there is a, where is the, okay, back. That's it. We said there is a value creation process, and that's an infographic to demonstrate it. You've got your organization, so we use generic terms, company. And you've got your inputs into the company under those 6 capital headings. In the company, you've got your activities, how the company makes its money. You've got your outputs. But notice, in the value creation model, the output stops inside the company. It hasn't gone out yet. But your product or your service goes out into society, and it has outcomes. I think very well illustrated by the Coca-Cola company, that great company. 128 years, focusing on the brand, the most valuable brand in the world. And 4 or 5 years ago, many of you in the room will remember that civil society in America alleged the reason for the obesity of our children is Coca-Cola. And the sales of Coca-Cola started plateauing. They met in Atlanta, Georgia, the board, and for the first time for 130 years, they started applying their minds to the outcomes of their product, the outcome of their product, and assumed that the allegation was true and changed their whole marketing. And you will see, this is an extract from the London Times, the New York Times, and they started TV advertising. We will not market to children under 12. We will have nutritional labeling on all our cans and bottles. We will develop a Coca-Cola with no calories, Coca-Cola Life. Has anybody had one? With a green label on it. And then we will make sure that children under 12 have exercise facilities at all our bottling plants around the world. Complete change of strategy. And you can see the impact of civil society as a disruptor. So here is KP Advisory Services, the president, in February 2019. The very act of choosing to tell its story using the medium of integrated thinking sends the message to an organization's stakeholders that it cares deeply about creating sustainable value for them. So we've moved from share value to value creation. The criteria for success during the 20th century, a century of unsustainable development, was increased share price, increased profit, increased dividends. No matter that it was at a cost to society and the environment, and it was, as you know, the environment was hugely impacted on. So agenda items need to change at board meetings. One needs an agenda item inputs to outcomes. I ask all of you present as business persons, does your board really understand the outcomes of its product or its service? Have you ever discussed it? Do you really think it's not important? Well, the incredible thing was that the reporting became outcomes-based with the integrated reporting. Strategy started developing as an outcomes-based issue. And then the Sustainable Development Goals of 2015, to which Romania was a party, was outcomes-based. Look at them. Clean cities, clean production, all outcomes-based. And my penultimate book, my name is Mervyn, it's not Stephen. I don't make money out of my books. I write them for education purposes, educative purposes. But there are new challenges, mindset change, capitals and stakeholder relationships, greater stakeholder expectations than ever before. I've just given you 2 examples. Responsible investment. The providers of capital, the great asset owners of the world, are adopting the principles of responsible investment. Financial capitalism since 2008 has moved to the inclusive capital market. How in employing capital is it having an impact on these 3 critical dimensions? And it's outcomes-based. So I started asking the question, if reporting is outcomes-based, if strategy is now outcomes-based, and if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, we're 193 countries, and some of the world's iconic companies for the first time worked together with great civil society movements like Greenpeace, and came out with those 17 goals. If they're all outcomes-based, shouldn't governance be outcomes-based? So I started asking the question, instead of this sort of grudge compliance of a mindless tick box approach to governance, have a preponderance of executive directors, tick. Have a nominations committee, tick. I asked the question, what are the outcomes of an organization from which, as an independent external stakeholder, from the outside looking in, you can say this company has been practicing quality governance and actually been adding value as to how it directs and how it manages. Because governance covers not only how you direct, how you steer the company, because direct comes from the Latin word to steer, but how you manage it as well. And the oversight of the board over how management manages and carries out the decisions of the board, But shouldn't it be outcomes-based? Once reporting strategy was all outcomes-based, and the Sustainable Development Goals, which your government has said, if we don't achieve it by 2030, we might not have a sustainable planet by the end of the 21st century. So, having asked that question, we, the committee I chair, came up with 4 outcomes. If an organization achieves these 4 outcomes, it's been practicing good governance. The governance, the way you direct and the way you manage, is actually adding value to an organization. And very simple principles in that acronym ICRAFT. I, intellectual honesty, that honest application of mind in the long-term better interest of the health of the company. C, competency and capacity. You can be the most acute and experienced director in the world, but if you haven't got capacity and you're sitting on too many boards, you shouldn't take that appointment as a matter of intellectual honesty. R is for acting responsibly and making sure that the company which you direct is being seen as a responsible corporate citizen. A is for accountability. To be accountable and discharge that duty, you have to account in an understandable manner, not in a manner, and for the chartered accountants in the room, as you know, we've got 2 standards of financial reporting, FASB in America, IFRS in this part of the world. And with corporate failures and financial events like the GFC, the standards have become more complex. They are incomprehensible to 999 people out of 1,000. So if you think you can discharge your duty of accountability by just doing a financial report, you're wrong. So what are these outcomes? So those are they. Ethical culture and effective leadership, value creation in a sustainable manner, adequate and effective controls, and informed oversight by the board, not a blind oversight. So you actually get reports at each board meeting as to what are the relationships with your stakeholders, what are the sources of value creation the company is using. Does your company have trust and confidence in the community in which it operates, and is it seen to have legitimacy of operations? If you achieve those things, you would have been practicing good governance. So I end by quoting that famous blind woman. The only thing worse than being blind is having sight and no vision. What is it you all see? You see a world which is not what it used to be. It's a world that's changed. We've got to change that corporate toolbox. You've got to change that mindset of thinking in silos. You've got to change it to an integrated one. So the vision must be to have a company-centric governance model which moves away from yesterday's primacy of the shareholder. It needs to be implemented mindfully to achieve the 4 outcomes of effective leadership, value creation in a sustainable manner, adequate controls, and legitimacy of operations. Do you have to grope in the dark? No. Go and read the IRC framework of December 13 and approach governance on a mindful, outcomes-based model. And then you will be practicing quality governance. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Professor Mervyn King, for sharing with the audience the critical milestones to achieve sustainable growth, which is the main theme of today's conference, of the 23rd European Corporate Governance Conference. And we are very pleased to have Minister Georgia Chamba, Minister Delegate for European Affairs of Romania. I would like to ask you to come to the stage and share your keynote speech with the audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for inviting me. I think it was a great pleasure to accept the invitation, and it's a great opportunity that you are holding the Independent Directors Association and the young meeting, the 23rd meeting of the European Corporate Governance Conference during the presidency of Romania of the European Union. I think, this year the topic is of great importance, since one of the main challenges we are facing today is to achieve smart, sustainable, and inclusive growth in the EU. This is one of the main issues that is of great importance for the EU, and the quality of governance, both corporate and public, has a direct effect on the national economic performance and ultimately impacts the global financial stability. We should not forget that when we speak about governance, corporate and public, we speak in the same time as well about regulation. And the quality of regulation, and as well we see what we call in Europe better regulation. That means how we respond to the challenges that are stemming from too much regulation. At the same time, corporate governance remains one of the pivotal elements of sustainable business growth, enabling companies to build a foundation of trust with their own management, the investment community, supervisory bodies, regulatory agencies, as well as the public. We should not forget that during the financial crisis, we have seen that both the reputational risk of governments and companies, especially in the financial area sector, have been so much have been so much tainted, and in a way, I think whatever happened after, including the response to globalization, has its roots in the bad name I think business had, and how it should try to overcome this gap of confidence from the public. So in a way, I think companies started to have to do more like political actors, and they have to regain the trust of the public. What we think is that sustainable growth can lead to a higher degree of competitivity, an increase in market share, and not lastly have a positive impact on shareholder value, creating the premises for a win-win outcome in line with the people, planet, profit approach. We should not forget these are not something new. I think all the issues, and Professor King was speaking about sustainable development goals, SDGs. I think these are something that are a great concern, are of great challenge, not for the governments, for the companies, and at the end cannot be tackled separate. I think it needs a together effort by governments and companies in order to be able to come to the moment where we can create value. We can create value, but in the same time, we are not going to destroy the environment we are operating in. Neither corporate governance nor sustainable growth operate in a vacuum. They need to be assessed in the context of the emerging challenges in the wider business environment and have to be calibrated against the background of systemic change. The latter aspect is where governments and institutions should come into play, minimizing threats and maximizing opportunities for cooperation. Is something that the European Union has been dedicated to since the dawn of the single market, and I think it had to do even more in the aftermath of the crisis. I think in the light of the financial and economic earthquake that rocked the foundations of our capital markets and altered macroeconomic perspectives, the EU has sought to equip the economy with better tools to not only manage shocks more effectively, but as well to foster renewed growth. We should not forget that the financial crisis in Europe was a sovereign debt crisis, so it was as well linked about a more critical relationship between governments and the financial sector. Initiatives aimed at finalizing the banking union, and this is one of the reasons I think we had to do more on the aspects that we were not so keen on before the crisis. Banking union, advancing the capital markets union, play a double role. We have to upgrade the regulatory frameworks and consolidate economic resilience on the one hand, and we have to create the premises for a more business-friendly, growth-oriented economic environment on the other. The achievements arrived at during the Romanian presidency of the achievements we had during the Romanian presidency of the EU Council concerning the risk minimization and resilience improvement are of paramount importance. With regard to the banking union, the final agreement reached between the Romanian presidency and the Parliament on a set of revised rules aimed at reducing risks in the EU banking sector is sine qua non for a more robust and more resilient banking system. Coupled with the recent Council General approach on non-performing loans, this pivotal agreement will help avoid the recurrence of negative spillover effects in the financial system in the event of a new crisis, and thus minimize systemic risks in the European economy. or at least this is what we hope. Related to the Capital Markets Union, the breakthrough brokered after years of tough negotiations by the Romanian presidency on the revision of the European system of financial supervision will strengthen the regulatory architecture of the financial system, would enable European macroprudential supervisory authorities to better manage shocks and to contribute to efforts to combat money laundering and terrorist financing. I think, we were a lot more ambitious during the crisis. Of course, because the crisis faded away, I think the level of ambition as well faded a little, but still I think we have done things that were not possible to imagine before the crisis in terms of regulating the financial markets. The political agreements on the European market infrastructure, supervision of central counterparties, or the prudential requirements applicable to investment firms complete the picture. The overall effect is that of a more stable and more resilient economy, of a market equipped with tools to better manage fluctuation, means I'm risk all across the board, and in the same, it's about companies, financial companies that are more accountable at the end of the day to the European citizen. Proposals such as growth markets for SMEs, cross-border distribution of funds, covered bonds will contribute to more efficient financing of investment projects by unlocking additional sources of funding. This will have positive effects on economic growth at EU level, multiplying opportunities for companies and supporting business. Particularly relevant here is a set of proposals on sustainable finance recently agreed on. These new EU-wide rules on integrating environmental, social, and governance factor in investment decision align perfectly with the latest evolution in corporate governance. Know-how, mirror increased interest in green growth and inclusive business development strategies. Ensuring the stability of the EU economy at the end of the day, I think, is the mission of all the European institutions. Protecting it against potential shocks in order to foster systemic resilience remains as essential elements of a more robust economic union in all its dimensions. We should not forget that the discussion we have in Europe and the fact that we have a growth in the Euroscepticism and in a more national view of Europe, and as well of repatriation of competencies, everything stemmed from the crisis. One of the main reasons was that regulation was not up to the level that the European citizens would like to have it, but on the same time it had a perverse effect that now everybody is asking for less regulation and they want to do it at the national level. Even the only way, efficient way to protect the union is to have European regulation in place that has built-in safety features for the crisis. In the same time, the Union is going through traumatic times. We should not forget that Brexit is a very traumatic event for the Union in itself. And we should not forget that the world after Brexit in the Union and in the rest, and in the United Kingdom, should be something that is a lot more focusing on corporate governance and public governance, because at the end of the day, we should not forget that many of the things that were said in the run-up referendum campaign had a lot of the disinformation in it, and I just remember the issues that were related to the money, how much money would be left to Britain if it leaves, which at the end looks exactly the opposite, and I think this played a great role that there was no response, so to say, from the business community, proper response, or from the governmental side to say that all these are not true and these don't fit in an economic reality, because at the end of the day, you are the ones that, you as corporate, you should be the ones to say what can fly and what cannot fly. And I think it was a weak response during the referendum campaign in Britain, and I think this is something we are paying to. So I think it's a need as well for more ethical approach, not only about not to be focusing only on the profit, but to focus sometimes as well on the overall economic good, because at the end of the day, actually Brexit is a sort of business that is lose-lose, so anybody's going to lose. As well, allow me to briefly refer to the impact of the digital revolution at both European and global level. The digital revolution has led to an integrated global economy, where economies are in constant search for investment opportunities around the world. The business environment needs reliable corporate governance arrangements that strengthen the confidence in a country's own corporation and stock markets and ensure efficient economic decision-making. The global economic landscape is transforming at a faster pace than ever, and the entrepreneurs and innovators around the world are the driving force behind this expansion. We are aware that the future of our industries depend on investments in new technology, and this is why one of Romania's main priorities is to strengthen Europe's strategic digital capabilities and to improve the EU competitiveness worldwide. In the same time, we want to see the next budget of the Union that has a clear reference to a digital Europe, and we want to see a budget that draws the line for more research and development, and draws the line as well for more fundamental research that could have a great benefit for Europe catching up on the transatlantic scene in terms of technology. The future of Europe cannot be built without a sustainable economic foundation. Financing growth and development are those driving forces of a union that empowers and protects, of a union that can stand its ground globally and play its leadership role in the world. So let me once more, at the end, wish you all success, having inspiring discussions, and trying to have as well would be to have your contribution to a discussion that goes beyond, the corporate or the public world. I think it's a debate of today, how we should improve governance in order to in the same time to better regulate, but in the same time to, not to impede economic growth and creating of jobs. So thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Minister, for sharing your keynote speech and key messages with the audience today. And now this is the turn to discuss it further with the first panel and the keynote speaker of the first panel, Maya from Laurila, Head of Company Law and Corporate Governance of the European Commission. And in the meantime, if I can ask the panel members to take a seat. Can I please ask Bogdan and panel members to take a seat so that we can start immediately after the keynote speech. And Maya, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice and it's easy to be uplifted by the previous speakers' points. I think we all share the same feeling that we got a lot of inspiration, and something that I'm going to say now. I was invited to present where the European Commission is, and I think it's easy now against the backdrop that has been already given. I think what I say will be coherent with the previous speakers' thinking, and maybe the word integrated is also there. So, where is the European Commission? The Union and the Commission, of course, is firmly committed to delivering on the UN Sustainable Development Goals, including the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. You can see this very, very clearly spelled out in a recent reflection paper that is about how to move Europe to 2030, more sustainable Europe. It's a reflection paper from January. I think that you will easily find it good reading. It highlights the debate that is on today on what to do and how to do it. The debate is on, and I think it will be also considered in the upcoming European Parliament elections or national elections that are to come in many countries now. The paper makes reference to responsible business conduct, corporate social responsibility, and new business models. It underlines that businesses have a vital role to play in the sustainability transition. It also picks up a figure, just one figure, that in 2017, as many as 78% of the world's top companies included CSR, so corporate social responsibility, in their annual reporting. Today's challenges are partly driven by and have major impact on businesses. More and more of them are recognizing that mainstream business models may exacerbate sustainability problems, while business value is heavily driven by properly understanding and managing longer-term risks, including human, social, and environmental dependencies and impacts. There is an increasing awareness among business investors, employees, and other stakeholders that fairness and sustainability are the right thing to do, and that this is also an economic imperative in the long run. Over the last years, the Commission has taken key actions across its policies to foster more responsible and sustainable business. You can have a look at the recent overview progress report of CSR implementation since the strategy of 2011, and it has some 200 measures listed of what has been already put in motion. So much is happening, although we know that more has to be done. As regards the focus of this conference now, corporate governance more specifically, the Commission has been working on fostering a longer-term time horizon for corporate decision-making since the financial crisis, as we know. When companies focus too much on creating value within short-term timeframes, they forego investment. We've seen that. They forego investment in productive assets and research and development in new technologies and in their workforce, in the workforce skills training, proper working conditions. These investments, however, are key for longer-term performance of companies, as well as for the preparedness for responding to sustainability challenges. Furthermore, short-termism amplifies social and societal problems, including human rights abuses, growing inequalities, and the environmental crisis. As part of the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement implementation, the Commission indeed adopted in March last year an ambitious, very ambitious plan on financing sustainable growth. Many conferences these days discuss its implementation, and today we are joining this stream. One of the three overarching objectives of this action plan is to foster long-termism in economic activity. Its action, the last one on the list, the number 10, announces analytical
through a supply chain, as well as
sustainability targets. We are also assessing whether it's necessary to redefine or clarify legal definitions on the company's interest in which corporate board members are expected to act. It is argued that despite national differences in those definitions, economic theory and corporate governance frameworks that lead to interpretation of the corporate interest being the primary interest of the shareholders. And many say that this narrow interpretation contributes to directors not paying sufficient attention to the long-term performance of the company, including sustainability. I believe that there is consensus emerging that companies should not only be doing what is right for the short-term shareholder value, it is about what is also right for the society at large. Recent experience from the misbehavior of companies in the banking sector or the Dieselgate story point to the need to do that. All this work now, the analytical and consultative work that I referred to, will prepare the ground for possible new initiatives at the EU level, should that be in the priorities of the next Commission. You know that we are at the juncture where we are now collecting the information of where we are. We are allowing then the new political commission to define its priorities in good knowledge of what the research says about where we are. And we all know that there is a decade to act on the Paris Agreement and the development goals. We expect this sustainability agenda really to remain on the agenda, and to become even more important in future. I think that's why we are all here today. To finish where I started, I repeat that this is also a message from the reflection paper that I mentioned, that the challenges are manifold, unprecedented, and there is urgency to act. We need to do that together, and I'm looking forward to hearing your ideas and possible contributions to this debate and action plan. Thank you very much.
Do you hear us? Okay. Thank you very much, Maya, for sharing with us the commitment of the European Commission for a better corporate governance, and welcome to our panel. After you'll get the headset, you are kindly invited to have a seat. Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's first panel, which focuses on corporate governance and reporting, long-term value and sustainability. Please allow me to introduce in very brief the other distinguished panelists. Starting from Mathilde Menard, Deputy Director for Financial and Enterprise Affairs, OECD. Welcome. Ms. Paola Vizer, Professor of Banking and Insurance, Bocconi School of Management, and Chair of NET Community. Mr. Sergio Prescu, the President of Alpha Bank Romania and the President of the Romanian Banking Association. Mr. Jan Menko-Grumer, member of the Embankment Project for Inclusive Capitalism. And Ms. Guylaine Saucier, board member, Wendel and Remy Cointreau. Thank you for being with us today. In the interest of time, I would like to go straight into the subject, but not before mentioning that there will be a few questions shown on the screen, with a kind request for you to answer them using the application called Mentimeter. You'll have also the opportunity to ask questions directly from the panel using the same application. Instruction on how to use this Mentimeter, actually Elizabeth briefly went through this at the very beginning, but they will be again shown on the screen. To go directly into the subject, the first question for Mathilde, Paola, Sergio, Jan, and Guylaine is: what is the role of corporate governance in order to achieve long-term value and sustainable growth? And I would like to start with Mathilde. Could you share with us what is the OECD perspective on this subject?
Does it work? Yes. Yes. I'm not sure it works.
Is it working? Mine, yes.
Yes?
Yours?
Okay. So the OECD perspective, you know that the OECD, we are less, I would say, coherent than the EU. We have different members with more different perspectives than the EU. So there is a hot debate at the OECD on this issue of sustainable corporate governance. But we are heading in the right direction, and I think that now the positions is getting there, that there is an urgent need to have a more sustainable corporate governance model. It was very well said by Professor King. I think it's theoretically very relevant to head to a more sustainable corporate governance model, because it will make companies more resilient, it will bring more long-term values, and it will also give companies a better or a stronger social license to operate. So we do think that we need to urgently move to a more sustainable corporate governance model, but also because it's politically very timely, also because there is now a clear message from customers, from workers, from stakeholders in general, and from investors also, that we need to move to this model. And also business are ready to do so. I mean, more and more businesses, at least, are ready to do so. And anyhow, it's happening in many countries. Of course, there is a strong leadership of the EU in there, but in European countries and other countries. So these are the main points I would like to make. I have only 2 minutes left, 2 minutes and a half, so it will be very quick. We think that we need to change because you have these inherent and internal flows to the corporate governance model focused on shareholder value only, and I won't say more because this was said already. We also have mega trends that are pushing for that, because mega trends are pushing us to revise our models because you have shifting boundaries of the firm due to globalization, due also to digitalization. And on the other side, you have an increasing demand from the crowd, you know, for more responsible business conduct, for more sustainability, for more integrity. So all that, I mean, and in the current context, in the current economic and political context, you have to be deaf and blind, you know, not to hear that and not to move and question the model of the firm. So that's the first argument. It's theoretically very relevant. And you see, I mean, a lot of research ongoing. For example, I will mention in France, you have the Collège des Bernardins, who is doing a lot of research on the entreprises à mission, or firms with purposes. You have in the UK, the British Academy that is also doing a very large research program on the future of the corporation, etc. Second, it's timely politically. Of course, we have a crisis of trust, so I don't need to say more about that. We have all these surveys showing that citizens in our country don't trust their governments, they don't trust their institutions in general, and they don't trust business. You have barely half of the citizens that trust that business is doing the right thing. So you need to answer that. You have the consumers, the workers that are asking for it. I mean, if you just look at the teenagers in the street that are skipping classes on Friday afternoon, or you look at the citizens all around our countries that are ready to sometime out their governments based on anti-corruption issues, for example. So you really have this demand from customers, citizens, and workers to change the model. And you have also the investors that are increasingly asking for this change in models. I mean, it was mentioned already, you know, the letter from Larry Finks of BlackRock asking, underlining the need for business to serve a social purpose and not only, you know, to maximize shareholders' value. And you have now the banks, institutional investors in general that are awaking to this reality that you have to adjust your models, adjust your investment perspective, and because if only, for example, for climate change, this will have a big impact on the balance sheet of companies, etc. So we have the investors, the customers, the workers that are asking for that, and business is really, you have a lot of business initiatives in this regard. Of course, there is this TCFD led by the FSB. You have another initiative, integrated P&L initiative led by BASF, but where EY is a member, if I understand. So you have to change our mindset, and as Professor King said, we have to break the silos. And anyhow, this is happening. I mean, we see in many countries, we see in the UK a reform of the corporate governance. We see in France, you know, current reflection on the purpose of the firm and the Loi Pacte based on a big reflection. We see also, even in the US, some discussion about accountable capitalism. And of course, at the EU level, I won't repeat all the initiatives that have been taken at the EU level. But I think now the mindset has changed. We need just to scale up and to speed up this transition to a new model of corporate governance. And at the OECD, we are embarking on this because we have, as you know, corporate governance principles that have been revised not that long ago. But now we need to maybe revise some of these principles to make them more coherent with other standards that we have, for example, on responsible business conduct.
Thank you very much. So, Paola, from the perspectives of corporates and boards, maybe you could share with us your perspective on the subject.
Thank you, Bernard. Well, to keep it as short and as simple as possible, I start by saying that I strongly believe that sustainability must be addressed, first of all, as a pure and, of course, very relevant business issue, and not as an externality or as another compliance requirement. As it happened with many other changes we faced in the past, it's a matter of new trends in business landscapes, new scenarios, and in this new scenario, excellent companies will survive and will preserve their value, and inefficient companies will simply fail and be driven out of the market. So having said that, I want to quickly stress 2 points. First, there is a growing demand for a sustainable economy. Well, I think that this should lead boards and management to revise their business models. So business model analysis and business model risk management should become top priorities. We heard and we know many businesses will be challenged or hit by changing customer needs, by the possible scarcity of resources, by new expectations from authorities, by new incentive schemes or public policies. So companies must get prepared to face these challenges in a profitable and efficient way if they want to survive, to protect their reputation, and to assure the continuity of their operations. So briefly, to be flexible, to prepare to be flexible in order to be able to face this kind of very new and at times disruptive scenarios. So ultimately, I don't think it's a matter of having new or special stakeholder targeted fiduciary duties. It's a pure issue of effective management, effective governance, which implies risk governance with the needed scope and the proper time horizon relating to individual risks. So as we heard from Professor King, a beverage company as Coca-Cola must take into account future availability of water for the beverages. And a bank must consider innovation in technology and competitive behaviors of non-bank tech companies, but also possible changes in climate which may affect their borrowers and hence compromise their asset quality and asset values. There are many other examples which could be made, but finally, I wonder whether companies are taking action or taking enough action to protect their business, or if they are even able to be proactive in promoting a positive change in the environment. I think that these are the questions that should be discussed in the boardroom. And I don't think the board should only be informed about that, about what management is doing. I'm sure that it should take the lead, it's able to take the lead, and even non-executive and independent directors might take the lead. So requesting, for instance, a multi-scenario analysis, which includes ESG issues and other material topics. Well, I must say that on the basis of surveys carried out by Net Community last year in cooperation with the Italian Securities Market Authority, Consob, so far, this kind of leadership can rarely be seen at board level, and is mainly concentrated in a few enlightened CEOs. So to give you an example, only 40% of the board of directors which were investigated contribute to the definition and the approval of long-term strategic guidelines which covers also ESG, or which are ESG integrated. And it's also worth to notice that the materiality analysis carried out last year for the purpose of non-financial reporting was never mentioned in any strategic plan. So sustainability is shaping the business of the future and should be definitely embedded into strategic thinking. And if I may move to a second point I want to make, I wonder whether corporate reporting, as it is, can be considered effective in giving a picture of the future sustainability of business models. Maybe yes, in quantitative terms at least, because the amount of information definitely increased over the past few years. But in qualitative terms, I think that companies could still do better. I want to give you an example. Speaking of Italy, I can say that our companies are getting more and more transparent, but I wonder whether this is a true transparency or only verbiage. I say this because the number of pages published last year by major listed companies, including annual reports, non-financial reports, corporate governance reports, and remuneration reports, goes from a minimum of 750 pages to a maximum of 1,200 pages for large banks. Well, I'm not sure that even if an investor or another stakeholder takes the time to go through all these pages, they get a clear idea about the strategic goals and purpose of the company, the means, and the sustainability of its business model in the long term. Or do you believe that stakeholders are satisfied about the clarity, completeness, and consistency of corporate reporting? I think that definitely corporate reporting could really be made smaller. Don't forget that often less is more, but should better explain interconnectedness, the whys, the hows, the links between policies and results, both financial and non-financial. So for instance, they should explain why has a certain governance model and a certain board composition been chosen. In which respect should this board and these people be able to contribute to the company's long-term sustainable success and even to help it achieve wider objectives? Or why have specific policies on diversity, energy, environment, human rights been implemented and adopted? What has this to do with the firm's long-term strategic goals? And so on. So I think there is still room for improvement in terms of quality and also quantity of information.
Thank you very much. Sergio, now we move to the, to the banking sector, if you agree. And could you tell us your thoughts on this subject, which is how you see in corporate governance practices lead to sustainable growth?
Yeah. First of all, thank you for having me here today and for inviting me here. I think that, let me start by making an analogy. And the analogy will be the following. In any attempt of... conquering a summit of any mountain, most of the alpinists are going to set up a base camp. And to me, the base camp that we are discussing here is the sustainable corporate governance. But it is not the end result, it is not the destination. The destination, in my opinion, is the organizational culture. It's how this organizational culture is going to change in order to be conducive of sustainability within the organization, and how the board and how a proper corporate governance is going to enable achieving that. And in my opinion, when I'm talking about the organizational culture, I have in mind, the definition of Edgar Schein, which is what people do when nobody pays attention to see what they do. So, this is the end, in my opinion, result that we need to obtain within these organizations in order to pay attention to the sustainability of this. We as financial institutions, we are just intermediaries from this point of view. So to a certain extent, we need to make sure that we are reorienting the cash flows in such a way that they are addressing the subject. And in order to make sure that we are reorienting the cash flows and we are funding and financing sustainable investment projects and so on and so forth, we need to pay attention to the value creation, as Professor King was pointing out earlier. And the value creation, in my mind, is the one that has to be declined on the 6 capitals that Professor King was presenting earlier. And we have to try to understand whether we have on one hand, benchmarks that we need to keep in mind in order to make sure that, there is value creation on the natural capital, because we may have companies that are going to create value, financial value, but they may destroy social value, or they may destroy natural value, natural capital value, let me put it this way. And from that perspective, I think that it's very important to have the proper corporate governance that will pay attention to all these things. And by proper, I mean, people who will debate on the subject, who will be informed on the subject, who are going to define the sustainability strategy within the boards and challenge each other. I mean, the right attitude within the board, in my opinion, is key to achieving these goals. I'm also of the opinion that we need to decline to take it one step further, and by meaning one step further, it means to identify the proper ecosystem that we need to put in place between the regulatory framework that we have, between behaviors and attitudes within the organization, and at the end of the day, to make sure that these attitudes and behavior are being directed towards obtaining the sustainability culture that we need to have within these organizations. This is, in brief, what I think that the financial sector has to answer and has to implement. I think we have taken a lot of steps in that direction. I think that with the adoption of the European Union Directive of Non-Financial Reporting in 2014, I think we have done already a step forward. But from that step forward, until we really transform and we change the cultures within the organizations, within the financial sector, I think it's a long road ahead of us, and we need to climb it in order to get to the summit, as I was saying at the beginning of my intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sergio, for sharing your perspective and bringing the cultural dimension into the discussion. So, Ian?
Yeah, sure. So
you are an active member of the Embankment Project for Inclusive Capitalism, so it would be very interesting to hear your view on the role of corporate reporting in measuring the drivers for long-term value protection.
Sure. So it's a complex topic and a complex question you're asking me for 5 minutes, so I will try to summarize this in an adequate way. Yeah. Focusing on the long-term value means considering sustainability and inclusiveness in business and investing decision. And we all learned this from the past, but the question is how we can do it. So that means we need to have the right information available to think about long-term business decisions. And this is a critical point where we, within the Embankment Project, focus on to create a framework and a structure how you can report on the long term. Otherwise, you have not the right decision available for sustainable or inclusive long-term business and investing decisions. And what we just heard, standardization is critical. What we recognize from the sustainable reports by today, they are not standardized. It's difficult to benchmark between companies or segments or geographies or whatever. And if you want to have investment decision, you want to have a clear picture and a benchmark for this, because valuation means to compare two things, two companies, two businesses, whatever. This was the challenge we did over the last 18 months, and we create with more than 30 global companies a framework, but it's a starting point. And what we did, we referred to the 6 capitals, more or less. We found a little bit more structure, a little bit more simple, because it's easier to discuss this very complex topic. And we focus on corporate governance as well, because corporate governance is not a value driver by itself, but corporate governance can facilitate or can hinder value protection or value creation. And that means if you have effective and efficient corporate governance structure, this should be the basis for sustainable business and for long-term decisions in a company. What's interesting is, typically in the past, we are looking if you have the feeling for the necessity of new rules to the regulators and the governments. This project demonstrates, if you analyze the list of participants like Bracklog, you mentioned Larry Finn, who is really pushing the discussions around long-term value and sustainability. A lot of global players from the asset creators, asset managers, and asset owner groups. And I think in a global world we are acting now, it's important to have the pressure from the companies, from the investment chain by themselves. So that means this demonstrates how powerful a discussion can be pushed if the right participants are joining to a project like this. And the outcome of the project was published in November 2018 in Washington, and we have now started a lot of discussions with regulators, other companies as well. And I have the feeling that it could be a good start to structure the discussion a bit more than in the past, that sustainable reporting is not an amendment to the financial reporting anymore. It's an integrated part to have an external reporting of companies, but in the same manner to have a model for internal steering the business, because it should be integrated as well. And so I'm still optimistic that the discussion will go around, and I know a lot of other initiatives are just starting to make progress on this. And I'm really enjoy a discussion panel like this, to have all these different participants together to think about what could be the next step to have a standardized and harmonized reporting on the long term. That's critical for the future from my perspective.
Thank you very much. Very interesting outcomes from the EPIC projects. Ilan, you have a great international experience as a board member. Could you please share with us your point of view on sustainable growth and long-term value?
I'm afraid that Professor King did it for me. Because quite obviously, I do share, I would say, all of your point of view that you expressed today. So it's difficult to really add to this. One thing that is sure is that we don't need more regulation, standardization or benchmarking across the whole scene. I think that each company has its own culture, and we need to improve in the boardroom and not in ticking the boxes. So, sorry.
No, it fits to what I said. So.
Yeah. But I think that what I'm a little bit surprised about is that we are now talking about sustainable development. Our role as a board is to ensure the well-being of a company long term. For me, that equates sustainable development. So in my life as a board member, and it's almost 40 years now, it's a life, I think that I've always talked directly or indirectly about sustainable development. The thing that is right, though, is that probably, we had long strategic session. I think that we all, in good faith, prepare well. But we did not all the time ask the right questions. How do we create value long term? How do we make profit? Is the profit that we are making today is detrimental to the long-term value creation? This is important because we might create profit today that will impact our reputation in a few years down the road. And I think that that will destroy a lot of value. But that means that board members do have to work differently. First of all, a board is a team. And we have to have around the table the competency, the experience, the wisdom to oversee management. We have to have a good chairman also to really, as you said, Professor King, set the right items on the agenda. And this is really crucial for me. At the same time, we need to be able, as a board, to challenge management much more than we did. And when I say challenge management, it's in a very constructive way. But to do that, we cannot rely, even if we do have a lot of very good information from management, we cannot rely only on the information given to us by management. That means that every day we need to work for our boards to get informed, to read our papers, to read magazines, to read all the information that we can get. In Canada, the Supreme Court said that we need to get access to all reasonable information, or information that we can get in a reasonable way. In the era of internet, how do you define reasonable? And so I would assume that one way or the other, we will need to have some resources to help us. But I think that overall, we need to be much more active than we used to be. We need to ask the tough questions to our board, to our management. That doesn't mean that we don't collaborate with them, but if we want to be able to contribute to the value creation long term, we don't have any choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, before going into more specific questions, I would like to go back to Maya's keynote address. And Maya, to you, what is the most important factor overcoming the corporate governance challenges?
Is this one of those questions, which one of your children you like the best? I would like to again highlight the importance of fundamental rights and human rights in the context of sustainability. So I briefly mentioned the due diligence in the supply chain. So this is a question that is very often asked to us these days. What is Europe doing to promote the respect of human rights in the very large sense that it's in the Charter, including also the environmental harm and the labor conditions and, of course, the child labor, those elements. So it's such an important area that we have devoted now some of our very limited budget actually to once again study the question. There are developments in member states making human rights due diligence mandatory in some countries, but not everywhere. So we would like to get a really good understanding of what are the benefits and what are the costs of mandatory human rights due diligence. Also because there are companies who tell us that they would like to do it, but they are hampered by, first of all, the less than level playing field if they go alone, and also then maybe the pressure from the investors in the short-term performance of the company. So all those questions, it's a big bundle of issues. Many references are made to the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. So I would like to highlight the role of this question of do we need at the EU level mandatory rules for due diligence through the supply chain?
Thank you very much. Going back to Mathilde. What are you currently working on at the OECD to enhance the policy coherence?
Okay. What we are doing currently, and I was mentioning that in my first intervention, is that we are reflecting on whether we need to update our corporate governance standards to make them more coherent with our responsible business conduct standards. So I think in this reflection, the priority, to my view, would be to clarify the director's duties. First, because they should be to the company and not to the shareholders, and this was mentioned several times by all the panelists, I think. Also, to make sure that in these duties you integrate a duty to identify and to mitigate long-term economic, social, and environmental risks to the company's interests first, and this could be eventually articulated with a purpose for the company. But going further, it's like not only to look at these risks for the company's interest, but to look at these risks for the risk for the employees, for the environment, for human rights, etc. So here I'm really following up on the EU point. I mean, that I think we need to be much more ambitious in defining these directors' duties and to make them fully compliant with this the duty to have due diligence on responsible business conduct and through the whole supply chain, the global value chains. Make sure that you deal with these risks to the environment, to your employees, to human rights in general, and that you don't collude with the planetary boundaries, etc. So that's, I think, what we should do now at the OECD, because we have a couple of standards and they are not all fully coherent. We have been much more proactive lately on these responsible business conduct issues, developing, for example, due diligence guidance for different sectors or in general, but now we need to look at our corporate governance standards.
Thank you. Paola, what's your opinion and about what are those most fundamental steps a business must take to build more sustainable practices?
Well, if you want to make it very quickly, you have to link MBOs to sustainability indicators. If you want a long-lasting change, you have to change the corporate culture. In between, I think we can learn from excellent companies, that is to say those which started already 10 years ago or even before to rethink their business models, foreseeing environmental and social challenges. What did they do? Well, they invested in R&D, financing research. They intensively cooperated with their stakeholders, so suppliers, customers, and other relevant parties to find out and build up more sustainable solutions. They engaged in educating suppliers and customers and the local communities in the use of resources, for instance. They made relevant investment in more efficient plants and equipment in order to spare resources. And if you read reports or speeches of the managers of these companies, you see that they understood very well that the benefits of all these actions would have been mainly long-term, and then that this investment would have had a longer payback. But also that if they wouldn't have done all this, they would sell a lot less in 5 to 10 years because of changing market conditions. So what lessons can we learn from these business cases to make boards more effective? First, I think boards need to more and better interact with management. It has been said. But should we ask now a few board members to provide us with examples on how they tackle the ESG issues in their daily or regular decision-making in the boardroom? Do you think that they would be able to provide us this kind of examples? I'm not that sure. So second, boards should engage more with stakeholders, better listen to their requests and expectations. What we learned, for instance, from our survey on materiality analysis that I was mentioning before, is that companies are still too self-referential in materiality analysis. So our net community survey shows, for example, that less than 1/3 of reporting companies involved external stakeholders in the materiality analysis. So they just pretend to know what stakeholders are expecting from them. And third, boards should meet with external experts in order to get new perspective and more information, more independent, let's say, information on future scenarios. And they should also reflect on the links between this kind of information and the company's long-term strategy in brainstorming sessions.
Thank you very much. So Jan, referring to what you mentioned earlier about corporate governance as a tool for long-term protection and creation, could you please share with us what does effectively sustainable and inclusive growth mean to you?
Yeah, I think I mentioned in my words before, I think corporate governance could be a good enabler to support and to push the long-term thinking in boards and in management. And that means surely it's, as you said, it's culture, it's mindset. That's really the basis for having a different view on long-term performance of businesses, that's for sure. But in addition, management needs a pressure from external, from the markets, from the financial markets as well. And that means if we have both, we have a corporate governance which support long-term thinking in managing business, sustainable managing business, and the pressure from the asset manager and asset owners to the manager, to the management of businesses, then we will make faster progress to have at the end more sustainable businesses as of today. Otherwise, we are always talking about non-financial reporting and things like that, but it's not concrete. As I learned in my years, management want to have really concrete topics where they can working on. And for this reason, the long-term value reporting is essential, and a corporate governance which push the long-term thinking in companies as well.
Thank you very much. Before going back to the financial banking sector, I would like to ask the public to answer the two questions we are going to show on the screen one by one. And also don't forget, if you have questions, please address those questions through the same app. Sergio, going back to the banking and financial sector, is the financial services sector ready for a different perspective on corporate reporting?
Let me answer by saying that, it's not a must to be ready. It has to be ready, but whether it's ready or not, this is a separate issue altogether. I want to pinpoint on a personal experience, when we are talking about this kind of developments. I remember I was in 2004, I was the chairman of the Bucharest Stock Exchange. And that was at the time when OECD has launched its corporate governance principles and so on. And we have drafted in Romania the white paper on OECD corporate governance. I think that it was quite a difficult time to translate corporate governance in Romania. I mean, we didn't know how to translate it well. It ended up in two different ways. But, we took the opportunity at that time to see this as being a window of opportunity to introduce on the stock exchange a third tier. We had the first tier and the second tier. And we introduced the transparency tier of the Bucharest Stock Exchange. We wanted to make a point by saying that the companies that will get floated, will get listed on the transparency tier, will benefit out of the fact that they have better transparency, they are going to employ better corporate governance, better standards, they will pay attention to all the factors that we have listed here. We failed royally, to be very honest on the subject, because after a period of time, we have realized that the capital and capital flows towards this company were following a completely different model than the model that we are. So unless we are changing the metrics that the capital is being allocated for the time being, and we will adjust the Gordon formula of dividend payout ratio in such a way that will take into consideration the six capitals that we are talking, we have just heard Professor King describing, I don't think that, we will be really making fantastic progress, because for the time being, the short-termism is still an issue in the capital markets. And we need to be able to elevate at the level of the boards and to instill at the level of the proper corporate governance in the companies that kind of mindset that is going to allow us to have a long-termism approach rather than a short-termism approach. So coming back to your question, Bogdan, yes, I think that, I'm not a strong fan of regulating a market into being. To be very honest, it's like pulling the branches of a tree in expectation of growing it faster. But I do believe that, regulating and properly regulating, it is an enabler, and it starts from there. But from there on, you need to have the market forces that are going to take it to the next step. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I have one more question for Ghilan. Gillian, in your opinion, what has been the biggest success in the changing context of corporate governance so far? Maybe you could share some best practices, and maybe you could share what do you see as the key challenges in the same context?
I think that the biggest asset in corporate governance is that we are evolving. We are changing. And we could see that, as I said, when I joined the board of a bank some 20 years ago. It was better not to ask too many questions. The chairman was speaking, and it was a chairman and CEO at the time. Chairman was speaking, and he preferred that we listen very respectfully. So I think that, when you look at the behavior of boards right now, it's a whole different game. And I think that this is the most positive aspect. We are evolving, and we will still evolve. The challenges, for me, there are probably two challenges at this point in time. One is still the pressure, the short-term pressure of the market. And we need to help our managers to resist that pressure. And this is, in the boardroom, one of the most difficult things. The second that is really concerning is the market is losing trust in boards. And for me, it's a huge challenge. You could see that, when you go back to Sarbanes-Oxley in the States. They didn't trust audit committee. The say-on-pay, they don't trust. The market doesn't trust the remuneration committee. Now you do have the proxy access, so doesn't trust the nominating committee. The activists are there saying, don't have this good strategy. You are not tough enough on management. You are not asking the right questions. We will change the board. We will go on the board. We have much better solution. So this is, in the boardroom, I think, probably our biggest challenge, to be able to restore confidence in the role of a board, role that is essential as a counterpower to management.
Thank you very much. Let's look into the answers of the first polling question. If you could show it on the screen. So, so first of all, the question is around the need to change in corporate governance, and we have some reasons. Looks like it's a close call, so to say. And who would like to comment on the results, or maybe to give his or her perspective on the question, because I think we have discussed about the need of changing the corporate governance. And here there are 4 dimensions. There are many more others, but maybe you would like to comment.
The two first, for me, are one of the same. Mm-hmm. You cannot challenge management if you are part of management. End of the discussion.
At the same time, if I may add, it's not only a matter of having, as you very well know, a larger number of formal independents. We need skilled people. Independent directors suffer from really a high asymmetric information with respect to executives. So they have to close the gap, which is not really easy to say, but not easy to do. So I think we need competent people, committed people. As you were saying before, we need people who has the time to read, to get prepared for meetings, to collect more information, to be also curious to go beyond what management is just presenting to the board very clearly and very effectively as it's used to be. So we need independent thinkers, committed people, and able to contribute to let's say, a social decision-making process, which is completely different than an individual one. So I think good point, but should be better qualified.
Any other perspectives on this one from the panel members?
Maybe I think that like the choice given, it's a little bit outdated because these are now some like given. I think we were discussing that 20 years ago, including here in Bucharest. So it's like focusing on a structure, and these things are, I hope at least, now a given. But we need to go much further, as you mentioned.
To climb the mountain.
Yeah, on the skills, the competencies, the information, but also on the culture of the board. Yeah, and it was the point, I think, by Guylaine in her first intervention.
Please, Sergio.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, the separation of chairman and CEO position, this is a given for years now. It's not something that you would fall of our chair of surprise right now. If there may be cases, very state-owned, driven type of cases where we still have that kind of situation. But I don't think that's a problem. The increased presence of independent directors on the board, in my opinion, it's a must. And it's not only a must in the sense of having the right sort of composition, but also enabling at the same time the constitution of the committees that the board should be operating with, so that you need to have specialized committees where the debate is going to be steered and where people will challenge each other and they will arrive at certain things. I mean, one of my very dear professors at HBS, Francesca Gino, she wrote a book about rebel talent within organizations, and she was making the point that, you know, you need to have rebel talents. I may adventure myself in saying that you need to have a rebel talent in the board as well, so that it challenges everybody in the board. And that is the proper composition that you'll probably have at the board level.
Super, thank you very much.
I think
Maya, sorry.
Transparency is an additional one we should consider, because if you're transparent in the quality, the efficiency, and the effectivity of a board, then the stakeholders have a closer view on what they're doing within the board. And it could be a driver for ethical and cultural behavior as well.
And restore trust.
Yes, exactly.
Excellent.
And we are all have fear of declining trust. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Maya?
I wanted to say, since Mathilde dared questioning your questions, so I would do the same.
Which is good. I mean.
About the question of greater transparency. So, yeah, I dropped the end of the sentence because I think that the greater transparency would be something that goes beyond the corporate governance structures. Now there is even this still pending in the European Parliament and the Council, but the proposal for the financial firms' fiduciary duty, how they actually have to disclose their compliance with the ESG challenges and how they're responding, and then really explaining to their beneficiaries how they are doing in this area. So I think that if it was greater transparency, I would have voted immediately for that one.
Thank you very much. Let's now move to the second polling question. About the long-term versus short-term, and it's on the obstacles for a long-term approach to corporate governance. And here we have four dimensions, and it looks like the first two, shareholder pressures and management incentives, which I think have been referred during the conversation, appear to be on the top of the reasons for meaning the obstacles for long-term approach to corporate governance. But maybe you would like to share your views, not necessarily on the results, but on the maybe bringing different perspectives into the subject.
I'll bring a perspective on the second one. At Vondel, the chair of the audit committee sits on the remuneration committee and vice versa. And I do feel that it is a great practice because as I'm chair of the audit committee, and I understand much better, having spent a few hours at the remuneration committee, what are the buttons that management could push on. And I'm not saying that in a negative way. It's just that, it's good to understand that part of the incentive. And I think that when we do that, we do have a much better relationship between shareholders' interests and management incentives.
Thank you very much.
And if I may
Yes.
also dare to question the last one is usually it's the opposite, it's like align management incentives with shareholder interest, like in the classical shareholder view of corporate governance. But everything that has been said, I think in this panel and in the keynote speech of Professor King, is that it should not be that simple, and it should not be the shareholders' interest that is the only focus in terms of objectives, etc. So for me, the fourth one is really wrong.
Which is good. So, Maya?
I would be actually interested in hearing from those who voted for the changing regulation being an obstacle. I would need to know, because normally now for several years the Commission has been working on regulatory fitness. Maybe you've heard the word refit and all that. So we try actually to scrap the regulation that's either overlapping or unclear, or if they are now, if it's difficult or impossible to comply with the different sets of regulations. So is the changing regulation, is it something that you would have ideas for simplifying what is now, but then that would be again a different question. So I would like to know what in the changing regulation, what it actually means to those who voted for it.
I think it's a good question for the audience. I may not ask each and everyone who actually voted for that to stand up, but if someone would like to ask a question in relation to this very specific option, which is about changing regulation, if you have a specific question, please stand up and ask your question. You see, please.
Sorry. We have regulations, and you have done a great job in putting more regulations, and they are there. Now let's implement them and control the implementation and not add more regulations. If you don't implement the former one, there is no need for new regulation. Time is for implementation and action at board level.
When you add the regulation that you're putting forward and the regulation that are coming from different countries per se, plus different standards for audit committees and all of that, at one point in time, as Michel just said, we need to breathe a bit to implement them properly and to ensure that these regulations within our corporation add value also. So I would totally agree with his assessment at this point in time.
Any other perspective on this second polling question?
Yeah, I think the investment disconnect, that's the topic here, is directly linked to intransparency about the long-term value performance. And as far as you cannot make it transparent that a business has a long-term value creation or whatever, then all the participants will focus on short-term success factors. And that's a little bit the trap we are in. We are talking about we want to have it, but we have not the right tool to make it transparent to the board members, to the management, and to the different stakeholder groups. And I think this will be the critical challenge for the upcoming years to find solutions to make these transparent. Otherwise, we are talking about long-term, if we have an incentive plan for management for 3 years. Is this really long-term? In an industry which has extensive transformation processes impacting environmental aspects or whatever, that's short-term. And we have no tools available to make performance in the long term really transparent. And this is, from my perspective, one of the most critical aspects.
Thank you. Thank you so much. If you agree, let's take some questions from the audience. And thank you for the questions you already sent. So, going back to the legislation, Maya, there is a question that it has been mentioned during the panel that there is an urgency to act at EU level. If you could list 3 main areas where the EU action is maybe needed, or 3 directions, and would you prefer a legislative action or a soft law, whatever that means, a soft law, but a little bit of direction on priorities, effectively, in relation to the urgency to act at EU level.
There is much in that. So, do I prefer soft law or hard law? It's, I think often reference is made to a smart mix, so that I think would be my first answer. Also at this time in the policy making cycle, so what we are now doing is really the analytical and consultative work. So it's true that this move towards more long-term is probably remaining on our drawing table, so we have to think of how to get there. So that would be the number one. The whole action plan on sustainable finance, it's really also about how to direct then the investments to sustainable purposes and how to make sure that the less than sustainable investments don't then create more risks to the financial stability overall. So those are the 3 areas that the EU action plan is aimed at. And I don't think it will be over even if we get the new European Parliament, the new Commission. Those challenges are very likely to remain after this summer, and so we will be working on those as well.
Paula, you referred in your speech about the composition of the board. Check the mic. So you mentioned about the composition of the boards and the number of the members. How do you see the conflict, inverted commas, in choosing the members of? How do you see the conflict in choosing the members of the boards between meritocracy and other type of considerations as nationality and inclusion minorities?
Well, I don't see any conflict, actually. Competencies, skills, experience, background, which are needed to steer and to guide, to provide guidelines and to provide strategic oversight, they have to come first. So I think at first I have to define the ideal skill mix that is needed for the future, to implement a future long-term strategy of the company. So which is the team I need? Which are the people I need? And then I try to find the right mix in terms of gender, nationality, let's say experience. So I need maybe a few academics. I say this just because we still are because there are no more that much required. A few managers, of course, and a few other lawyers and whatever. But I mean, the first point is always the skill mix. So you need altogether a lot of skills to manage complexity as we face it today. So you cannot put this kind of, let's say, considerations at a second place, just because you need a woman or because you need a foreigner. So no, skills and competencies comes first, always.
Thank you very much. We still have 3 minutes to go, and there is an interesting question for all of you, actually. Do you believe that boards and regulators are prepared for digital disruption? What competencies, skills, knowledge do you know they have employed so far to prepare for this? Is there anyone that would like?
I will jump in. I think digital disruption is an ongoing process as we speak, so I think we are adjusting to it as it happens, and I think that we are adjusting to it at all levels and at all layers of the society right now. It's not only, on the corporate front, yes, of course, it has to be addressed through the proper strategy and so on and so forth. But I don't think that this is a particular issue of the board or of the corporate governance per se. It's part of the strategic approach that we need to take in order to understand what is the viable way of operating and competing in the market. But it's not something that, in my opinion, has to do directly with the theme that we are discussing.
Thank you. Please, Helen. And
oh, me?
yes.
Okay. Sorry.
I saw you.
I think that when you talk about the digital disruption, artificial intelligence, all of that, that is a new challenge for the board, in my view. Not only, obviously, we will have to change, adapt our business model in every sort of way, but also, is this working? Is this working? No.
Yes.
Like this? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Not only will have to change our business model in different sort of way, but our workforce model, if I can use that term, will change also. And we will have, in a lot of cases, to let go a lot of people. And most of the time, those are the less educated people. Do we have a social responsibility towards them? Do we need to find ways with our different governments to alleviate the problem of this class of people? I have to say that for me it's a huge issue, because I think that if we don't think about it right now, given the social environment everywhere in the world, we might, what I would call, lose the license to operate. And I think that when you talk about long-term sustainability for a company, this is something that we really need as a board to think very hard about.
Thank you very much. With this, I think we are going to close. Thank you very much for this great discussion. Thank you very much for your contribution. And I'm sure that we have addressed a number of key challenges which are going to be further discussed today during the panels. Thank you again, and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bogdan, for moderating this excellent. After the coffee break. Thank you.
Better. Is it by seeing a nation become energy self-sufficient? Helping charities to be as productive as businesses. Perhaps cleaning up industrial pollution is what drives you. Will your legacy be to preserve the past for future generations? Or giving hope to those who had lost theirs by using their talents to give them a livelihood? Big changes like these can start with something small, like asking better questions. Never thought about it like that before. Questions that can give unexpected answers to help solve some of the world's toughest challenges. The kinds of questions we ask at EY. So where do you start if you want to change the world? You start right here.
The legacies given to us by the great men and women of history all began with questions like, can this work better? It was better that gave man wings to fly. Better allowed us to shape our dreams and drive innovation. Better has remade us and transformed our health. Better has given us great art and new ways to create it. And better has given us leaders who fought to improve our lives. The same question, can it work better, is at the heart of everything we do, which is why we have a purpose to build a better working world. And the question is, what legacy will you create?
Where do you start if you want to change the world? And with everything moving so fast, how do you change it for the better? Is it by seeing a nation become energy self-sufficient? Helping charities to be as productive as businesses. Perhaps cleaning up industrial pollution is what drives you. Will your legacy be to preserve the past for future generations? Or giving hope to those who had lost theirs by using their talents to give them a livelihood? Big changes like these can start with something small, like asking better questions. Never thought about it like that before. Questions that can give unexpected answers to help solve some of the world's toughest challenges. The kinds of questions we ask at EY. So where do you start if you want to change the world? You start right here.
The legacies given to us by the great men and women of history all began with questions like, can this work better? It was better that gave man wings to fly. Better allowed us to shape our dreams and drive innovation. Better has remade us and transformed our health. Better has given us great art and new ways to create it. And better has given us leaders who fought to improve our lives. The same question, can it work better, is at the heart of everything we do, which is why we have a purpose to build a better working world. And the question is, what legacy will you create?
Where do you start if you want to change the world? And with everything moving so fast, how do you change it for the better? Is it by seeing a nation become energy self-sufficient? Helping charities to be as productive as businesses? Perhaps cleaning up industrial pollution is what drives you. Will your legacy be to preserve the past for future generations? Or giving hope to those who had lost theirs by using their talents to give them a livelihood? Big changes like these can start with something small, like asking better questions. Never thought about it like that before. Questions that can give unexpected answers to help solve some of the world's toughest challenges. The kinds of questions we ask at EY. So where do you start if you want to change the world? You start right here.
The legacies given to us by the great men and women of history all began with questions like, can this work better? It was better that gave man wings to fly. Better allowed us to shape our dreams and drive innovation. Better has remade us and transformed our health. Better has given us great art and new ways to create it. And better has given us leaders who fought to improve our lives. The same question, can it work better, is at the heart of everything we do, which is why we have a purpose to build a better working world. And the question is, what legacy will you create?
Where do you start if you want to change the world? And with everything moving so fast, how do you change it for the better? Is it by seeing a nation become energy self-sufficient? Helping charities to be as productive as businesses. Perhaps cleaning up industrial pollution is what drives you. Will your legacy be to preserve the past for future generations? Or giving hope to those who have lost theirs by using their talents to give them a livelihood? Big changes like these can start with something small, like asking better questions. Never thought about it like that before, questions that can give unexpected answers to help solve some of the world's toughest challenges. The kinds of questions we ask at EY. So where do you start if you want to change the world? You start right here.
The reason why we need to keep the time is that many of our distinguished speakers will need to catch the flights, and additionally, we have almost 300 people in the room, but we have 600 people following online. There's web streaming, and for their interest, we need to make sure that we keep the time as much as possible. On this note, I would like to invite the keynote speaker for panel 2, Mark Davis, Regional Director for Romania and Bulgaria at EBRD, to come here and deliver your keynote speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning. I'm pleased to be here this morning. It's actually my first day in Bucharest as the Regional Director for Romania and Bulgaria. I didn't want to start on April 1st, so I flew yesterday to start today. I'm really pleased to be at this conference. I want to start by saying it's a keynote address, but what I'm going to try to do is unpack the topic. I'm not a regulatory legal specialist in corporate governance. I'm a banker and economist that's been focusing my career on helping companies grow up in emerging markets. So let me turn to the question to unpack. How to provide successful corporate governance frameworks to allow sufficient flexibility and proportionality for companies with different structure and ownership. And we're going to focus on the harder aspects of that in SOEs for entrepreneurs and for small business. So, don't worry, you don't have to read this. I went to Google, okay, and looked up for a definition of flexibility and proportionality, and I didn't find it. So I decided, again, I warned you, I'm not a specialist in this, so I figured it out myself, and I think that's a very good way to to motivate the discussion. So I went to the OECD G20 Principles of Corporate Governance with respect to flexibility and proportionality, and I found that corporate governance regulations need to be fit for purpose, providing right incentives for market participants to exploit new business, create value, and ensure the most efficient use of capital and other resources. And I think use of capital is very important, and it'll come back later in my talk. Second, policymakers have a responsibility to establish a regulatory framework that is flexible enough to meet the needs of corporates under widely different circumstances. And there's actually a long tradition of this, and I'll come back to this with regard to the different forms of going concerns. Third, flexibility and proportionality is not acceptance of a substandard practices, but rather about allowing for a framework that is size to fit all, as opposed to, one size fits all, size to fit all in the real practical world. And I like to think about this as variance on a theme, okay? And I think we have to recognize that corporate governance requirements are often discarded in practice. We heard in the last session about implementation. The more the regulatory framework is not fit for purpose, the more entrepreneurs will discard it. So again, back to basics. I think it's useful to remind ourselves about the different forms of companies that have evolved over time as regulations have adjusted to fit reality. And the driving force in that was different levels of liability. So the forms of organization, sole proprietorships, general partnerships, et cetera. You all know this very well. What else matters? Is it listed? Is it unlisted? Is it state? Is it private? Is it large? Is it small? Is it sophisticated or not so sophisticated? And I think, for me, efficient outcomes are associated with governance, systems, and operations which enhance shareholder value. Shareholders can be sole, majority, blocking minority, or a retail investor in a listed company. So it's the systems that someone is willing to invest in. And for me, it comes down, as a banker, it comes down to how well going concerns are able to design and attract robust capital structures at good prices from a shareholder perspective. So, in order to get at, now let's talk a little bit about state. And I'm not going to go in great detail, but again, setting the stage for the panel. I did a little comparison, and again, first basics, but I think it's very interesting, at least for me. First basics, principles in general OECD, and then the OECD principles with respect to SOEs, which are a little different, they're a little more advanced. Basically, as you all know, appropriateness, rights of shareholders, equal treatment of shareholders, the role of stakeholders, very important and new, disclosure and transparency, and board responsibilities. And I mentioned the role of stakeholders because when you look at the SOE, that's something very specific, but I think it speaks to the more modern movement about social responsibility in corporate governance, because some of the aspects of what's expected of state corporate governance are sort of coming back into what's expected of private corporate governance. So the old concept that, I say old, the sort of Friedman concept that, it's a corporate is there established just to develop profitability, and then everything else will fall in place, then you have to regulate around that attitude, as opposed to a corporate that has sort of a dual bottom line, generate profitability, but also serve the social purpose. And it's the same social purpose the SOE is supposed to serve. So I think the interaction between flexible and proportional corporate governance and the innate movement of companies to be more socially responsible makes that nexus easier and makes it easier to regulate. So it's both on the regulation side and on the side of corporations. But let's move on to SOEs. Again, don't try to read this. What's additional here? First, for SOEs, we need to consider what's in the public interest. Second, we need to justify state involvement and the ownership structure. Third, there needs to be a level playing field and competition And of course, that competition is in the light of natural monopolies and other factors in the real world. And then we need to make clear the state's expectations with respect to responsible SOE behavior in light of all the stakeholders. So it's not just the company, it's not just the workers, but it's also people in society. What's the role of the SOE to enhance welfare in the economy? And again, we can think about that in terms of private companies as well, as they take on sort of this dual role of serving a social purpose, at least explicitly. So at EBRD, we really quite specialize in SOE and SOE corporate governance. In Ukraine, for example, we're very active with the two biggest companies, Naftogaz and Ukrzaliznytsia. Ukrzaliznytsia is the railway company. Naftogaz is the biggest company, and it can be a real challenge to improve corporate governance and improve the quality of SOEs. I was way back in 2002, I was a World Bank country economist for Ukraine, and I actually drafted the terms of reference for the first audit of Naftogaz, after which they did the Eurobonds. I'm not sure if Ernst & Young did that audit. They may have been the ones that did it. That was a long time ago. That was 17 years ago, and we're still in the process of building up corporate governance and transparency at Naftogaz. So what did we find the things that we needed to focus on? First, reducing state interference within the company's management. Second, separating the ownership, regulatory, and policy-making functions. Third, establishing an empowered, independent, and qualified supervisory board. And lastly, strengthening the group's internal controls and transparency. Okay, now we're going to jump to entrepreneurship and small companies. And this is something dear to my heart. I just spent I spent 2 years in London, but before that I spent 4 years as the head of the office at EBRD in Armenia, where we work primarily with SOEs. And I produced this, I'm going to tell you about this slide, but I just want to apologize to Armenia for putting it up here in one sense. But in the other sense, I showed it to 25 shareholders at a dinner that we had for them to talk about private equity. And they all thought that this sort of reflected many of their competitors out in the local market. So when you think of an SME, too many shareholders think like proprietors. And, again, Armenia context in many countries, in EBRD's countries of operations, this is similar. So it's not just Armenia. But in the early 90s, shareholder mortgages his house or her house 2 times with 2 different banks, gets some extra money, buys a factory, and looks at that factory as, operating revenue minus operating costs, pays some taxes somewhat untransparently, and then generates some cash, buys a bigger house, buys a Porsche Cayenne, and has 3 kids in college outside of the country. And this shareholder is like, okay, I'm good. I'm in good shape. This is how I think. But what happens when the shareholder gets a little older and needs to think about what's going to happen to the company next, and the kids don't want to come back and run the company? Or a new opportunity arises and financing is needed to take advantage of it, particularly in the concept of some other sophisticated company that's getting financing and competing for market share. Then you need to think, even as an SOE, more advanced. So value creation. So this is sort of, the full range of things. I don't particularly like this one. I have a different one in mind when I think about the sort of streams of work that one does to prepare for an IPO, sort of most advanced form of exit. But this is a value creation circle, and I won't go into all the details. But what I want to argue is that the things that you do to create value for a company that's going to IPO, so the sort of most advanced form, it's the same processes that improve shareholder value for small companies and entrepreneurs. If we focus, down here is something called exit planning. So I'll skip this for time, but here's my robust capital structure. And, I put on the top, it's sort of short to long as you go from top to bottom, and it's sort of debt to equity as you go from top to bottom. Because, some debt instruments are somewhat equity-like. If you think about a Eurobond, which has a bullet repayment and no covenants, or very few covenants, investors in that are taking real risk on the systems of the company that they'll be profitable enough and have enough cash to do a bullet repayment or reissue, 5 or 10 years from now. So that's sort of very equity-like in the Modigliani-Miller, spectrum of debt and equity. Some of the debt instruments are sort of equity-like. So at the top we have trade finance, then local bank, securitized senior loans. An international syndicated loan is more advanced. You have to have a proper investor presentation, and you have to have investor relations, which means you have to have systems behind, so your numbers stay the same every time you show that presentation, or they're quality numbers. High yield corporate bonds with lots of covenants, bullet euro bonds, no covenants, bullet repayment. And then the exit, the private equity that helps you build shareholder value toward an IPO or a sell-side exit. And ultimately, you can think of graduation as the full exit. So, I think back at Morgan Stanley, inside the sort of corridors of Morgan Stanley, there was always just one sign, and it said one thing: think like a shareholder, think like an owner. That's one thing that has stayed with me, and it's something that sort of promoting with the teams, because as an arranger and as a financier, if you think like a shareholder, then you can understand what it is they need. And most times what they need are systems, including through corporate governance, to enhance their capital structure, enhance their perception on the market, enhance their stability, enhance their profitability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. This was a great start for our very interesting panel. My name is Leena Linna, and I'm the moderator of this panel. I work for the Finland Chamber of Commerce and also chair the European Corporate Governance Codes Network. It's my pleasure to present to you the distinguished panelists. Please feel free to correct the pronunciation of your names when I do it wrong. Luc van Steenkiste is chairman of European Issuers. Joël Simon is Deputy Director General of Legal, Ethics, Corporate Governance at MEDEF. It's there. Lucian Claudio Angel is Chairman of the Board of Governors, Bucharest Stock Exchange, and President of the Executive Committee of BCR Banca pentru Locuite. Johan Meyer, CEO of Franklin Templeton and Portfolio Manager, Fondul Proprietatea. Yep. And finally, Radu Krasiun, CEO of BCR Pensions. Okay, I will now invite our panelists to give their opening remarks, and Luc will start, please.
Thank you. Let me start by saying something that I will not have too many negative reactions on it. I think corporate governance is a process, a gradual and continuous process of improvement of behavior and mentality. It's not a law, and it is too complex to be a law. So I want to stress that very clearly. And when I hear even that corporate governance is compared to be a soft law, I have a kind of a reaction in that field, because I think it's something that is a change of mentality and behavior. And we know why that is, because there are so many different companies that have to handle with that kind of thing. Private companies, listed companies, companies that start on the stock exchange, companies that are entrepreneurial ships in the beginning, so of their nature, and so on. And the culture is very different from one country to another, and even from one continent to another. So I like to give you the example of what we did in Belgium. Not that that is the best of all, but that is an example I lived myself to try to make to a conclusion in terms of what should we do in the future to make corporate governance the way we would like to be it. In Belgium in 2002, 2003, under the influence of the scandals of Enron and so on, there were three codes popping up. One of the code was coming from the investors, the other code was coming from the regulators, and the third code was coming from the 10 biggest stock-quoted companies in Belgium. The nice thing was they were contradicting each other because they started from a different point of view by definition. So when I became the president of the enterprises of the federations of Belgium, who was covering everybody, all the investors, all the industrial, the retail, the services, everybody, we took the decision to try to make one single code. So we put everybody around the table, including all the small and the big companies, and we started to make a code based on what was existing at that moment. The Cadbury and the Tabaksblad code was our base. And we finally made a code that is the classical one that you today know, all of you, with a comply or explain on 10 commandments and 20 recommendations and 30 suggestions for the future, and we spread it in the open. Because we were the Federation of Enterprises of everybody, it was a go, because people looked at it, the newspapers looked at it, and we started to do so. So 2 or 3 years later, we started to make a code for non-listed companies. The first one was for listed companies. It was not a legal code, it was just a code, not something in the law. And 2 years later, we did it for the non-listed companies, certainly not legally binding, just trying to be educational. And last but not least, although we did not end it that one very well, we started to talk about codes for state-owned enterprises. And we still have not finished because the political people cannot agree on a number of items that we are putting in that paper. The motivation for each of those three was different. For the first group of people, the listed companies, it was very obvious. They have a need from time to time to go to the market and find financing, so they were inclined to be the best in class, to have the best access to the financing, and were inclined, with all the scandals happening in the world, to be more transparent, to be better clear on their governance systems, etc., etc. The motivation for the smaller non-quoted companies was that they started to realize, by all the papers that were written on the first elements of the first code of the listed companies, that there was something happening that they could learn of. And second, they thought, well, the day I go to the stock exchange, I will have to be prepared, so I have to adapt. The motivation of the third group was a very strange one. The real reaction was the media, or was, I can take it, the shareholders of the state-owned enterprises, namely the contributor in taxes, who said, if all those other companies are so transparent about a number of things, why don't we know anything about the companies that are running our railways, our post, our telecommunication, that are totally in the hands of the state? We want to know how it is happening over there. So there was a demand on that range. So 3 different motivations. The way we did it, basically to succeed, there are 2, in my eyes, very important elements. The first one is we decided for education. So we, in the beginning, we even sponsored from the big the companies in Belgium. We sponsored people that could provide education and training for directors, and then slowly but surely later on for the owners of non-listed companies, etc., etc. And the second, the attention of the press. And it's clear that, of course, the first year when we launched the code and the people had to say something on the remuneration, the whole attention of the press was to the salaries of the CEOs. And they compared every salary of everybody, which has, by the way, a negative effect, because when the guys saw that their colleague was making more money, they asked for an increase. So there was some things happening in that field that were not really what we wanted, but that it was what it was. But the press was very attentive to this. And the press helped in creating an environment where corporate governance became something that was the name of the game. You have to do it, you have to start to know about it, you have to learn about it, etc. When we now look at the results, after the first year, when we launched the code for the listed companies, about 70% of the companies followed it. We warned the 30 other percent that they were not doing it, and that's still not binding, no comply or explain, just meant to be educational. It's still like that, but they have changed dramatically. The number of independent directors that we have seen in non-quoted companies is increasing at high speed. They discovered the advantage of having people on their board that had other opinions on the future of their company than what they will do as private owners. And then the last ones, it was the most amazing one, the fact that the taxpayer was asking for more information about the efficiency of his state-owned enterprise and asking also to know what are those CEOs paid. Suddenly they discovered that the remuneration of those people were extremely high, and the government, after 2 years of hesitation, decided that there would be a new rule, and everybody that was a CEO of a state-owned enterprise should not have a higher salary than that of the Prime Minister. By the way, the Dutch people took over that kind of system. So we had a whole strain of movements and change of mentality in the countries. Why do I say all of this? We are moving from a pure shareholder model over the last 100 years and the last decades in the last century. In the past century, we are moving over a more stakeholder model to now a more sustainability model. And what I see at European level scares me to death, because I really, when I see the working process of Europe, over that sustainability, and certainly when we are focusing on sustainability and environment, which is the most complex matter, you cannot put it in a simple law. The choice is to put all the blame and all the responsibility on the directors, even on individual level. So this is the wrong way to go. We have to go in the way of change of mentality, behavior, looking for solutions, finding the answers, and not thinking that through law imposition we will change the mentality of the people. It is a combined process, but it is a process that takes time and need of change and mentality. Thank you.
Thank you. Joël, please.
Thank you, and good morning to everybody, and thanks to the organizer for inviting us MEDEF, which is the largest French business organization. We represent a large company, medium-sized company, small companies, and private and public companies. When in 1995, along with AFEP, we issued our first set of recommendations on boards of directors, our initiative was welcomed with a lot of skepticism. We were told it was a trend which would fade away. 20 years later, good corporate governance is no longer an option for all companies. I mean large, medium-sized, small, private, public, family-owned, or with a dispersed capital, and even for state-owned and controlled companies, as you perfectly stressed some minutes ago. Our AFEP MEDEF Code on corporate governance of listed companies may be, of course, applied by private companies on a voluntary basis, but we are very conscious that this is a very demanding code which was not designed for small and private companies. So our ambition at MEDEF, and I think it will be very interesting to have exchange with you because you have already a good experience, is besides this code we are very proud of, to now convince more and more private companies in France, whatever the size of the companies, to adopt the essential of good corporate governance. To reach that objective, which is now a priority for the president of MEDEF, Mr. Geoffroy Roux de Bézieux, we set up a committee on corporate governance composed of representatives of all kinds of companies, investors, and of some lawyers, because you always need lawyers.
You need lawyers. And advisors.
An advisor. But if you want to succeed, corporate governance rules should not be seen as added burdens for companies, but as a way to boost their growth and as a way to promote long-term value creation by companies. And I fully agree with what you say. It's a question of education. It's a question of changing the behavior of companies. And that's why we will look with great interest at the existing code, but of course also at your experience, and there are other private codes for private companies, the ECODA recommendation, your codes, of course, the initiative by the Finnish Chamber of Commerce, and the last one, it is an initiative by the FRC in the UK last December for larger private companies. But it doesn't necessarily mean that we will issue a code dedicated to private companies. And it's a debate you had at your last conference. We have to pay attention to avoid to multiplied codes of reference because it could be confusing. And what we have to do, as you already stressed, is to elaborate a targeted communication for those companies which will be very adapted, proportionate to the size of a company, because the one size does not fit all should be the rule for us. I know you don't like the expression soft law because there is a reference to law, but it's common to refer to soft law. Of course, our approach will be a soft law approach. And in France, but I know it's not maybe no more a French specificity, we are permanently fighting against the authorities to avoid new layers of regulation, but also at European level. And I look at the European Commission representative. We think really it's not the best way to go, because the only way to adapt to the size of a company, to the capital, the composition of a capital of a company, is to have very flexible rules. It's not obvious for an entrepreneur, as you say, who starts from scratch and who is focused to her or his today business, to understand why he or she has to follow some basic corporate governance rule. But we think that the sooner he or her starts, the better it will be, because at a certain point, everybody will be facing requirements from banks, clients, shareholders, investors, and stakeholders.
Sure.
So it is a necessity to make more attractive for investors and to get prepared to access to financial markets. Why not? Bond markets or equity markets. And your example for us, and will encourage us to go that way, and I think we will continue, if you agree, our actions with our new committee, and you will be welcome to have an exchange of view with us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Joël. Now it is the turn of Lucian, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you hear me?
I think the microphone is on.
Yes, thank you. I would like to present a few ideas coming from our experience at the Bucharest Stock Exchange with implementing a new corporate governance code. I will start, I like very much what Mr. King said. Good corporate governance is about intellectual honesty. Intellectual honesty. So it's not about only about sticking to rules and regulations, but it's to have this honesty. I'm very happy, honored to be able to work together with EBRD, and I would like also to thank very much to you for trusting us. I remember my first discussion in London in 2014 when I pitched for Romanian capital market to try to convince EBRD to allocate some funds to create a new corporate governance code. That was implemented 2016. So we are kind of, let's say, small baby, only 3 years old. So we should not be too harsh in analyzing and thinking, because it's only 3 years old corporate governance code. Thinking about the fact that it's above 90% reporting compliance, we need to probably do one step further. Because as far as I understood, in London it's only 60 to 70% compliance to corporate governance code. Of course, I would dare to say that we have, let's say, a new and very compact corporate governance code that is a plus according to our view. Also, I think that it's a moment to try to establish probably an independent entity, not within Bucharest Stock Exchange, but probably outside, where, let's say, all important stakeholders to be part, and this might be a kind of corporate governance institute or entity that should monitor how this new corporate governance code it's implemented. So probably this might be the best option, to have an independent body, not within Bucharest Stock Exchange, because indeed sometimes it's not quite easy for Bucharest Stock Exchange to let's say, not to punish, because I hate to punish someone or an entity. We like more to praise the let's say, good results that they are implementing. Also, we created already several white books trying to present best practices, granting a rating for our corporates. Also, we had kind of not mystery shopping, but sending emails to investor relations, emails to all listed companies on the main market, and try to see how fast they are responding. Also, when we did the second time, the result was a very good result, so improved a lot. Of course, nobody is perfect. We are still seeing something to be improved. We launched ARIS, it's a kind of integrated platform for reporting for listed companies, supporting almost real-time disclosure, Romanian English. This was praised, for example, by MSCI, the rating agency for capital markets, saying one of the, let's say, achievements or improvements, qualitative improvements for local capital market was also this platform that is used by international investors. Now we are also supporting a new investor relations association and also trying to, for example, in terms of communication, trying to ask or not force, I don't like the word force, but if the companies are not reporting Romanian English, for example, in the same time reports, quarterly reports, they will not be kept in the main index. So we have already a regulation trying also to have also this part of compliance. Because I saw the time is running, one of the idea that might improve, and of course corporate governance code, it's also kind of the foundation to put all the stakeholders at the same table and to align interests. For example, still we have a lot of listed companies in Romania where the CEO has nothing to do with the share price or how the share price is going up or down. So the CEO has no shares of course, his own company listed, or nothing in his KPIs linked with the share price, even, I don't know, stock option plan or phantom shares or anything. Of course, this should not go to, but at least 5%. I'm not talking about 50%, 60, 70%, but at least something, because then the corporate governance code, it's a very powerful tool, because if you are not respecting, then of course the shareholders might punish you by selling, and also the share price will decrease. And this somehow it's a kind of, buffer that you as executive manager could do it. So still we have to do a lot of things in this respect, and for example, at least to try to implement a stock option plan for employees, for example, for SOEs. This would be a kind of a step forward that we could do here in Romania. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucien. I really like the two words, intellectual honesty. I think we need to keep that in mind. And Johan, your turn.
Yeah, I've been given a target of 5 minutes and like exceeding targets, so I'll go quickly. So firstly, thanks for the opportunity to participate in this forum alongside the esteemed speakers, panelists, and audience members. It's a great opportunity to share our thoughts over here. As a South African that has only been in Bucharest in Romania for the past 2.5 years, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know everything about European governance-related matters. But what I certainly can share with you are some of the experiences that I've had interacting with the investee companies and its various stakeholders of Fondul Proprietatea, which is a $2.4 billion fund which had genesis in the restitution after the fall of communism. So the bulk of the portfolio that we currently have, for those of you that don't know, is still in unlisted state-owned companies where we have a minority stake. So quite a significant part of our interaction is dealing with government officials. We have in Romania, and sorry to say this, but we have legislation that determines corporate governance principles, especially for the state-owned enterprises, which relates to the selection of board members and executive managers, and also with some transparency requirements. But too often, this is seen as an obstacle or something to try and avoid and find loopholes through, instead of seeing it as a framework to try and develop the companies and promote the longer-term sustainability. And again, this is where my South African experience comes in, where we've seen way too many examples where, because of corporate governance failures, primarily in state-owned companies, we've seen pretty much financial failures of systemically important companies that have put the state fiscus at risk. And this is a situation that we do not want to see repeated in Romania again. And therefore, the importance of introducing corporate governance principles, not only in the listed entities, but also in the state-owned companies. Because ultimately, an objective of Romania is to get the local market upgraded to emerging market status, but without significant listings, and typically these will be state-owned companies because these are some of the largest companies in the country. This will not be anything except a pipe dream. In order to entice investors, they will have to have the confidence that they are investing in a clear, transparent framework where they can put their money to work with the trust of the board and the executives.
Thank you, Johan. And finally, Radu, please.
Thank you. Lina, first I would like to add to your kind presentation the fact that I'm honored to be the Vice President of the Romanian Independent Director Associations as well.
Good addition. It was not stated here on the list.
Something I think relevant for this forum. Obviously, I think the pressure is growing on boards worldwide. Basically, we see emerging powers coming from emerging economies. We see the legacy of developed countries and companies coming from developed countries being challenged. And obviously, this puts a lot of pressure on the performance of the boards worldwide. Therefore, my remarks will emphasize actually the rising importance of board quality in order to decide the winners and losers of the future, and as well the challenges which are provided by the digitalizations and the new dimensions of globalization. Our topic is about state-owned companies, it's about family companies, and I think that all of these, let's say, shareholders structures have to recognize that decorative boards can no longer afford decorative boards. Because, of course, in this case, the usual suspect are the state-owned companies, where you might see something like this. But I would say that the private sector is not avoiding sometimes such situations, because we can easily think about entrepreneurs which, when they decided to start with a board on their companies due to their size, decided to pick some yes men and yes women, being sure that his views are not going to be challenged by the board members. So I think these approaches are, of course, not met only in the state-owned sector. Overall, the board excellence becomes crucial, and I think this should not be underestimated, and it's, I think it's more valid than ever. This is true to the extent to which, as we see, you know, the revolution which the global economy is facing, superiority tends to no longer stem from the national cultural traits, but from the ability of national or multinational entities and groups to be run effectively. Basically, these new developments will lead to some sort of a paradox, because the more global the world gets, the more insignificant the advantages of multinational, as local groups will be able to partner much easier across the border. Ironically, the more globalized the world, the easier it will be to tap into the pool of local skills, raising their relevance. The freedom and speed at which data travels around the globe creates interconnections between experts, help them share and improve their skills, and finally, turn into a small, unique, eventual virtual hubs of expertise with a significant competitive edge. Technology-led globalization having less and less to do with connecting businesses and more with connecting people. So therefore, shareholders are facing now the challenges of picking up the best talent across the globe, the most relevant talent for the boards, and use them in a proper way. Now, of course, there have been a lot of discussion about sustainability, CSR. Maybe we have the opportunity to discuss later about this, because although there are fashionable words in forums like this, actually when you go back and face your shareholders, you'll find out that actually their interest is mainly for short-term performance. I shall stop here just saying that actually what we are facing is a huge opportunity to get on boards the right expertise and take advantage of it, and this will be the likely winners of the 21st century.
Thank you. So let's go to the topics that we have on the list. And as we all know, companies vary from micro companies to multinationals, and we all agree surely that one size does not fit all. And now we could have the first audience polling question displayed there, because we have heard it being mentioned also the corporate governance of unlisted companies. Well, we're not talking here about micro companies and the smallest companies, but let's talk about medium-sized and larger companies. As it was already mentioned, for example, the UK has the Waits corporate governance principles for larger companies. Finland Chamber of Commerce, we already in 2006 published some checklists, and there are many others, ECODA, etc., etc. But the question is that should there be a code or some kind of a framework or awareness raising or anything? And I would like to hear a little bit local flavor here from Lucy, and you only have a 3 years experience of a code for listed companies. Is it too early even to discuss such a matter here in Romania?
We are talking about medium-sized and unlisted.
Medium-sized, larger unlisted companies. Should there be something for them?
It was very interesting because we organized last month in the same room an event, and we invited here one of the, let's say, most prominent CEOs or owners of medium-sized unlisted companies. From private sector, all of them. Yes. And of course, we try to discuss about if they are willing to list or not. Some of them are thinking, some of them are still analyzing. But everybody said that, corporate governance code that a listed company should implement, I would say it's a plus for all of us, even if we are not listed companies yet, because this will create a kind of rigorousness, kind of, setting up some principles. And this is useful for how we are managing the business, because sometimes the entrepreneurial business, it's not necessary in a very structured way. And this corporate governance code could help us to improve this way and the workflow and the procedures within our company. So it was a unanimity that not necessarily a binding, but we should obey, or we should try to implement, to force the entire organization, private one, just to try to stick and to think about and to start to implement those things that, of course, are useful from pragmatic point of view.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Luc, you have experience. Do you want to add something regarding the experience in Belgium?
Well, my fear is when we would have a binding code for non-quoted companies, and I'm looking more at the small ones, then suddenly you put a burden on those people that are used today only to give financial reporting. That's what they have to make one way or another public. You can find it. Which would lead to, when I heard the remark of the Paola Switzer, who said about 1,200 papers on pages on something of those things, we will have that not from 11,000 quoted companies, we will have it from 1 million non-quoted companies. Nobody will read anything. No. Nobody will be capable of following this. This is not the way to make them change. The way to make them change is to give them advice in using people that are trained for education, or advisors, consultants, whatever, to make them move. Not something that
It would also awareness raising. And very little for nothing. But we will see if this changes during the discussion. Companies face quite many challenges nowadays with, for example, digitalization. And we ran a very big survey among the Finnish companies and published a report within 2 weeks ago. And there were 1,100 CEOs and directors answering to this. So I'm talking of a very large number of company people. And when I had the question that, do you think that your company, your board composition is competent enough for the future challenges, growth, digitalization, internationalization? Believe it or not, 44% said no. I think this is a catastrophic answer in a way. And the question is it so that entrepreneurs, if they want growth, internationalization, digital tools, they're not always ready for outsiders to come to the board. When we also ask that, is there enough succession going on people changing, 40% said no, there is not enough. And 1/3 said there is a free rider on their board. So it seems to be a very difficult issue for smaller companies, medium-sized companies, entrepreneurs to go to the next level. And do you have any advice to this? Anyone commenting? And also this might be a question to the audience, that do you feel this is a problem, and is there any advice to this situation?
I think
the result worries me. Radu, please.
Basically what we should think of is a blend of competencies and of ages as well is important. Because let's recognize, I mean, traditionally, boards have been, the arena of the seniors, people with enough experience, wisdom, and so on and so forth. So these days, they are probably not the best prepared people to deal with digitalization. Yeah. So therefore, not saying that you do not need wisdom in the board, but you need, the young spirit and the technical expertise of youngsters as well. So probably we are going to see in the future a decline in the average age of the board membership, I assume.
Yes, and as for age, when I had the question there, how young is the youngest member of your board? And the average in the whole country was 42 years old in SMEs. 42 years old, the youngest member of any board. So you really hit the point. And Joel, please continue.
Yes, regarding the age of members of boards, that's why in our committee we ask some start-upper to be members of a committee, because we need their input also. But I would like also to stress the fact that gender diversity is important. And, I remember some years ago when I made a presentation of a French law regarding quotas. And it was in Germany with an attendance full of financial people, male, majority of male. And suddenly one old man raised his hand and he said, "Madam, if you want to stay in good health, please stay at home." And I burst into laugh and I say, "Sir, even if you do not want it, it will come from Brussels." And he answered to me, "We will put all the strength of German industry to impede it." So now it's over, because in Germany they also have quotas. And quotas, I was not, as a woman, in favor of quotas, but it was such a trigger to have quotas in the law. It was the only way to speed up the movement, because I can say that in our organization I heard things which were not very nice. How could we find competent women? Where are they? Or could you imagine, Joel, when we will see a board only composed of women? I say, but do you ever think about our reaction regarding a board only composed of men? No. So I think it's important, and it's not a question of feminism, but I think it's important to have a mix of ages, mix of gender, mix of origin, mix of competence. I think diversity is key, and it's something we have put in our code before. It was into the law, and again, the fight between rules, self-regulation and law. And I think it worked, and it worked well. And I have testimonies from women. We say that one woman on board doesn't change that much the behavior of the members of board. But two women, the things are changing, and because it's good to have mixity, I think it's the best of the system. Thank you.
Absolutely, Joel, and the world really is changing in that, and we all recognize that we need the best people, not just the best men to run companies. And Mark, you had a comment.
Yeah, I'm just not sure it's about age. We seem to relate digital awareness, disruption awareness with age. And I'm not surprised with, just off the sort of cuff, I'm not surprised with the survey results that you had, that shareholders viewed their board members as not necessarily up to speed on that. I think
they were themselves, CEOs and directors themselves. It was not the shareholders. And this is what is very interesting, that it was actually themselves who were worried.
Okay, very good. My perception of entrepreneurs, shareholders, leaders of companies is that they're extremely perceptive to new things. That's how they got out in front in the first place. And it's not necessarily that the board are all these kind of entrepreneurs that are out on the edge. It's about expertise within the board for different things. I'm not sure it's about age. I think some of the folks who are involved in the digital revolution to make the world a better place aren't really sure what that means. They're learning as well. I think we all have a lot to learn about this. At EBRD, we have a venture capital fund, so I end up seeing some new companies and seeing a lot of what's going on, and it's extraordinary. In the last panel, someone spoke about the labor impact of this. It'll change the way companies are formed, the way companies interact. So, this is a fundamental, massive change, and it's not about age, it's about us all perceiving what that is. And we need expertise on boards to start to understand that, but not necessarily a young board. I'm not saying we shouldn't have a young board, but again, I think there's a little overemphasis on age in the digital revolution. We're all in the middle of it.
Yeah, there are many sides to the story, but enough competence is, of course, needed. And as family companies are often basically the core of business in many countries, and the corporate governance issues may be sometimes very difficult for them when there are the next generation. Is there awareness of the need of educated younger generation? Is there anything that you, as before we go to the hot topic of state-owned enterprises, is there anything you might advise the family enterprises to remember or take into account? Because it's something that often we talk about listed, we talk about minority shareholders, etc. But the family issue is often forgotten. Look, please.
I'm not sure I understood totally the question that you are raising here. So I don't have an answer on your. Maybe you have to rephrase what you really wanted to. What is the key problem you raise?
Is there, when we think of the change of generation and enough competence, and the families when the generation change, is there enough competence? Do they find ways to structure their companies or ownership to support the change?
Now I understand what you mean. I am the chairman myself of an editing company who is totally family owned, and we have a succession problem. It's a very delicate story. So they have put all the confidence in me to find the answer to the problem, because the family cannot find the answer. So maybe this is a sign that an external director, and in this case the chairman, can be an answer for their questions, what they cannot solve themselves. So I would recommend all companies that have that kind of, and in many family-owned companies, it's the real problem. How do I preserve my assets, my money, basically my investment, and how do I go through that transition period from, or maybe it's not a transition period, maybe it's a definitive step out of to be the only owner of the company. So there is no one solution for that. I think to give it to an outside person is when he has the delicacy to take the family problems into account is maybe the best solution, because many families struggle with that and do not find the answer and end up with disarray in the family, which is not good. So, but there is no single answer to do it. But I see that the companies that have opened their mind, and by the way, those companies that do that are the companies that can afford it. So if you bring independent directors on the board of a family-owned companies, you have to pay them something. And for many companies, and if you want to have disciplines that are different, and you want to have young people on digital and other ones on marketing, etc., or you fall on the ones that are not really an added value to your company, or you have the good ones, and the good ones ask for money. So not many companies can afford to do that. That's also one of the things we don't take into account when we think about legislation on their level. So we will have to find answers that are, like we said, proportionate for the size of the companies and for the nature of the companies. And we cannot do it with one formula for everybody. So I see that the companies that can afford it are equipping themselves now more than ever with board members that have the skills they need for developing and the structures of the future, leading them to a solution for their internal problems, or bringing them to the next stage. Because also for totally old family-owned companies are very difficult to convince to go to the stock exchange, by the way, or to bring in a new shareholder that is not from the family. So there are many complex processes there you cannot handle with one single answer.
True. Okay. Do you wish to?
So that's why I'm remain in favor of a non-binding. Sorry, that's what I am remain in favor of a non-binding code, but for a code, but a non-binding code for non-listed companies, and then they can make up their choice how far they want to go.
Okay.
So our recommendation for a listed company here in Romania is to at least to have in a board, of course, an independent supervisory board member that has experience with capital markets, because we think it's crucial. We saw for example, some companies in one specific sector, and the board, everybody is only from that sector. So I would encourage all entrepreneurs to think about it and to have at least someone with experience in the capital market.
Okay, excellent, thank you. We go to the state-owned companies now, and we actually start with an audience question for the EBRD, Mark. How do you react when, in real life, the state as main or the major shareholder influence the board of directors members he voted for and the CEO not to observe the good rules?
This is a wicked question.
It is a wicked question. That's why I read it to you.
I think it comes back to, ultimately there has to be I think it comes back to the fundamentals of reform. There has to be a willingness to reform. You can't push on a string. So if the government that put this structure in place, hopefully a corporate governance structure, is putting transparency, has put a proper CEO and team in place, has a board to help advise them, and has systems of transparency. If the government is not adhering to that and is not respecting the thing that they've put in place, then it can't succeed, and there's no way to fight against that. Except that at some point, the roots of transparency and the quality of what's being delivered, just if you look at profitability and tax paying, becomes an issue for voters. So these things have an ability to gain ground over time. But there has to be a desire up front, and IFIs can help. We're quite good at that. We've got, talk about Ukrzaliznica, the former director for Ukraine, is now chairman of the board of Ukrzaliznica. He's a trusted counterparty in the country. When he says something, there's trust there. He understands the company. He's been around it for 4 or 5 years. That's an extremely deep root that's hard to pull out. So, and it's not just him, but there's many things like that. It's an organic process of growth if the government wants it to happen.
Okay. Then Johan, your company has minority stakes in state-owned companies. Might you want to share some experiences regarding the good corporate governance?
Yeah, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we have legislation that was introduced a couple of years ago. I think it was slightly before the corporate governance code was formalized for the listed companies. that determines various aspects of governance for the state-owned companies. And this enabled us in the earlier years to put in place clear management structures and supervisory board structures that have transformed the financial performance of the state-owned companies to a very significant extent, where in earlier years they were a drain on the state budget, to where they're now significant contributors in terms of taxes on profits and dividends, and even special dividends because of the large cash balances that the companies have been able to accumulate. But as was earlier mentioned as well, the legislation without any sanctions included in it is only as good as the desire to implement that legislation. And unfortunately here, in recent times, we've seen that there has been less desire to implement this. And I think it all comes back to the political context and the instability that is filtered down from that, because the companies fall under the control of various ministries, and when you have a significant turnover in the ministries, it's very difficult to develop and implement policies for the companies, and the boards and the executive teams are also directly exposed to that. So it creates an extremely challenging environment for the boards, for the managers, for the shareholders, and ideally this is something that we need to move away from as soon as possible, especially in a context where you're trying to bring foreign direct investment into the country, where you're trying to promote the country and the companies to outside investors. You need to show very clearly that there is a framework that is comparable to international standards, and where investors can invest with trust.
Okay, thank you. Joël, might you add something, and especially perhaps regarding remuneration?
Thank you very much. I'm not a specialist in state-owned companies, but I can say that progress has been made in the last years, especially on board diversity regarding state-owned companies. And the French government shareholding agency, Agence des participations de l'État, has issued some recommendations, some rule of governance regarding the relationship between the state and the companies, and recommendation of good practices regarding the board composition, and they made progress in this direction, the board meetings. And in its last report, this agency announced that its policy will be completed with a charter on its priorities on sustainable development and corporate social responsibility, CSR, which is quite new for those kind of companies. And we noticed that some partially state-owned companies, even unlisted, apply the AFEP-MEDEF code. We found 2 of them, which is an interesting evolution. 2 specificities should be mentioned. One in common with our friends from Belgium, but not with the same reference, regarding the selling of executive pay for companies, where the state is the majority shareholder. Our reference is not the remuneration of a prime minister, because in this case we won't attract anybody. We won't be able to attract anybody. But the law limits the compensation of executive directors to 450,000 euros, which could in any case make it more difficult to find CEOs. And in some companies, state-owned companies, managers are better paid than the executive directors. And the second specificity is the size of boards, which is, from our point of view, not compatible with good governance, because they are too numerous due to specific rules regarding the employees, the state representative, and they have boards up to 21 members. And if we look at the larger listed French companies, around 40 members, I think it should be around 40 and 15 members to be very efficient. Thank you.
Yes, sounds very, very large boards that you mentioned. From the point of view of the Bucharest Stock Exchange, is there something that you might like to share your experiences regarding state partially owned listed enterprises?
I saw 56 persons reply to this survey, and indeed to have a predictable and also to have a, let's say, a mandate.
Might we have the results now, because they're not here, so could you display it?
I thought that everybody...
yes, I understand,
yes.
but yes.
Sorry,
so
I think it's reflecting, you know, the issues, because it's kind of general opinion here. And indeed, this is somehow to I think to align the interest of, let's say, the owner, the state, with the interest of the company. Let's say all stakeholders, and I think it's fair observation as an average, because, for example, we need stable appointments, for example, stable mandates, for example. 4 years should be a 4-year mandate, not necessarily a short-term mandate, and this is very good for creation value, generating revenues, and finally supporting the GDP growth in Romania. So I think this is a fair point. Still, I still believe that, for example, we deeply need to analyze and to understand why we are not able to implement state stock option plan for employees in any SOE in Romania.
Yes.
And this is kind of, we should not reinvent the wheel. We should not look in US or UK, but closer to, for example, Czech Republic, Poland, where this kind of stock option plan is widely implemented. And of course, this might inline or put on the same side the interest for the executive management, the company, the shareholders, and finally the economy, if this is a state-owned enterprise.
Yes. And before giving Radu, I might mention that in my country, the state-owned enterprises, there is the rule that no stock options for executives and no extra pension systems for them either. So there are in some countries quite strong restrictions. And Radu, please.
The point that I want to make, and what I'm saying is very mainly for probably more for emerging economies. One problem which I do not see on the graph is a lack of KPIs or lack of, let's say, credible KPIs for the board. Because as long as you appoint people in the boards of state-owned companies as a reward for their non-economic merits, let's say, of course, you are not so interested to measure their performance, or you are interested to help them to reach their performance quite easily. And of course, this is cascading down into the whole performance or non-performance of the whole company. So I think this as well is a significant issue, as I said, in countries which lack strong governance.
Absolutely. Now we have time for a short audience question, if such one exists. There is one. Can you have a microphone? You have a microphone there. Please. And as we don't have much time, please make it short.
Yes, I want.
Yes.
I would like to speak, and thank you very much. First of all,
we don't hear you.
In the state ownership fund, the most sensitive topic is the rent extraction. So in this case, we have to redefine the relationship between the principal and the agent, because rent extraction is a loss, not a residual loss. In this case also, we have to clarify what means independent director and non-independent director, okay? Because sometimes we have to keep a balance between the shareholders and independent directors, not only to be focused on the separation between COA and chairman of the board. This is the most important thing from my point of view now in Romania, and probably in many state ownership enterprises in Central and Eastern Europe. Second, regarding the medium-sized enterprises, you don't need a corporate governance code if the entrepreneur is not a builder of empires, because in this case he will not open the company to investors. Otherwise, probably he will need to do it. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now we have a few seconds per person for your final comment before we go to lunch, and that we don't want to delay too much. So, Mark, anything you wish to add? A very short comment.
Just the appropriateness of the corporate governance thing from in the spectrum of companies. Just want to point out that, you know, I mentioned in my talk that all the things you do for value creation are necessary for, you know, to increase shareholder value for any company. But just like flexibility and proportionality, you have to be flexible and proportional of all those work streams that you do. For some companies that won't make sense. It just takes judgment, and I think we have to be recognition of that and not regulate them into having to do things.
Thank you. Lucia.
I will repeat, good corporate governance is about intellectual honesty. It's very simple. It's very simple.
It is simple and it's great.
Very simple.
Johan.
Corporate governance in its various forms, whether it is binding, non-binding, education, is not an option, it's a requirement. Because if you don't have some kind of system or policy in place, ultimately you're going to find yourself on an island where nobody will be able to do business with you. So you need to be sure that you're open, you're transparent, and working in favor of all stakeholders in the company.
Thank you, Luke.
Very quickly, when I listened to the last question and to our colleagues and friends from Romania, then it strengthens me in the philosophy of the codes have to be adapted to the circumstances in which you are applying them. And if you don't do that, you will miss the target of change. And one day, maybe in the ideal world, we will have one single code for the whole of the world, but it will still take me a long time.
Thank you, Joël.
Thank you. We still have a lot of work to do, and this is very challenging, and especially within the enlarged conception of corporate governance, which have to take on board the stakeholders' interest, which is more challenging. And so let's go. Thank you.
Thank you. And other final words.
I'd like just to point out that you know, the long-termism of the board is confronting the short-termist of shareholders, not only state-owned companies. You see this in occasionally the private sector as well. Only that in state-owned companies tends to be sometimes more extreme, and given the companies are larger, then of course the impact is larger as well.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, our keynote speaker, panelists, and the audience for participating in the poll. So please go and enjoy the lunch, and Elizabeth, you may have further instructions. Thank you.
It's an excellent panel. I would like to announce that the lunch break is going to be 45 minutes. We staying with us for the afternoon. As we can see, the room is still almost full, so there is lots of interesting things to discuss. And as you can see, that panel 3 is already waiting to give their contribution to the debate on sustainable growth. But before, I would like to ask Katie Kammer, EY Global Deputy Vice Chair, Public Policy Elect, to deliver her keynote speech. Katie, please. Thank you.
Hello. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm pleased to be here today as part of this 23rd European Corporate Governance Conference. At EY, we believe that our contribution to the planning of this conference for already so many years creates long-lasting links, builds strong relationships, and helps to create the foundations for building a better working world. As an auditor myself, I've seen firsthand the importance of building and maintaining trust and confidence between stakeholders and businesses. This can only be done with the effective functioning of corporate governance practices. On behalf of our global public policy team, I'm excited to discuss with you this afternoon the many ways we can build a better working world through the promotion of sustainable and inclusive growth in corporate governance practices. Such an excellent purpose is only possible thanks to all of you present here today. Corporate governance is the central framework in which companies build trust with their stakeholders, the government, and the larger community. An effective and efficient corporate governance is the basis for sustainable business and stakeholders' trust. It's more than just the principles that safeguard a company's interest, as we've heard a lot about today, but a way to create value. Corporate governance in and of itself is not a direct value driver or an outcome, but, as we have heard today, can facilitate or hinder the creation or protection of value. Now more than ever is a call for transparency and open dialogue, telling a story of the way businesses positively influence their communities. Forward-looking organizations are able to focus on growth and value creation through a development of strong corporate governance practices. Basic compliance principles are no longer enough to close the growing trust gap. Companies will only be able to thrive and create sustainable and inclusive environments when trust is a foundation between individuals, employees, leaders, and governments. This is especially true at a time when all-around political and economic uncertainties couple with social inequality and other factors that create this distrust. The corporate world must find a way to reverse this, as individuals and communities have been turning to businesses to begin amending the growing gap. No longer are governments solely responsible for being the driving force of this. It's time for businesses to become global leaders on this front. Rebuilding this trust comes in a variety of ways. It begins by going beyond the balance sheet, reporting intangible value, and investing in human capital. Sustainable corporate governance focuses on tackling environmental issues in supply chains, on seeking diversity in the workforce, in seeking to better the local and global community however possible. Most of all, corporate governance must drive sustainable and inclusive growth. As we are in a time of disruption and new megatrends that shape and change industries, we must constantly seek dynamic, real-time, and transparent practices. In order for corporate governance practices to be dynamic, they must be vigorous and develop effectively and efficiently with changing markets and stakeholder needs. To be real-time, the dialogue must be constant and forward-looking. Simply trying to keep up is ultimately a losing game, so practices must stay ahead of the needs curve. Finally, transparency is absolutely essential. Businesses must tell the whole story, including financial and non-financial values, detailing the organization's plans, objectives, and the purposes behind them. With these components, corporate governance practices will not only rebuild trust, but allow the company to transform. Implementing dynamic, real-time, and transparent practices provides a wealth of opportunities for a company. Corporate governance principles shape a company's values from the top down, and they enable a company to provide sustainable and inclusive growth. We need to move beyond just sustainable business performance, as again we've heard a lot about today. We need to achieve inclusive growth. If we want to catalyze change, we need to be measuring the factors that reflect the creation of value, not just what regulators may require. Investors and shareholders need comparable, verified outcome metrics to evaluate which companies are positioned well for long-term success. Besides the recent initiatives taken by regulatory bodies, the pressure from asset managers and asset owners is increasing to receive long-term performance information that will enable them to be in the position to make sustainable and long-term investment decisions. Focusing on long-term value means considering sustainability and inclusiveness within business decisions, and helps to reduce the increasing trust gap between society and business. When companies complete reporting according to a long-term value approach, it makes the long-term performance of business more transparent and is essential for sustainable business and investment decisions. Non-financial reporting addresses sustainability by clarifying how a company is impacted by risks and opportunities related to sustainability issues, and also the impact that the company has on those same issues. The idea that a company shouldn't just create profits, but also create value that reaches stakeholders across society is guided by the premise that we all have an important role to play in building a more prosperous society in the long term. And how can we create long-term value for our society? EY, as you've heard, is working with the Coalition for Inclusive Capitalism to identify new metrics to measure and articulate long-term value to investors and other stakeholders. This new tool for businesses and investors will better reflect the fair value that companies create and how they impact the world around them. The report published last November sets out specific recommendations to companies, asset managers, and asset owners to make our vision a reality. First of all, companies need to create value in key areas of interest for investors and other relevant stakeholders along the investment chain. More disclosure is not necessarily the answer. I can't imagine, as Paola mentioned, more than 1,200 pages of disclosures. We need better reporting that brings out more relevant and comparable information on the things that really matter in the long term. This will provide insights into a company's long-term plans with consistent reporting metrics and supporting narrative. With regards to asset managers and owners, this is a group that should be encouraged to engage strategically with companies and to play a role in testing metrics in different categories of value, such as intangibles and long-term financial performance. Particularly, as we heard, the level of intangibles and what percentage it creates in a company's value. This project is not a final end to our questions, but the proposed metrics founded on the experience and research of the 30-plus companies and endorsed by global business leaders will help catalyze wider change. In this regard, I invite you all to read and apply the recommendations made by the EPIC report. At EY, we believe a better working world is one where everyone can contribute to and share in the benefits of sustainable economic growth. To achieve this, it's imperative that businesses and government work together. While policies change, investors understand the need to take a long-term view. A better working Europe is one that will be built together, harnessing the best of the public and private sectors to realize a world of inclusive growth. We at EY look forward to continuing to work with all of you. Thank you for inviting me to join you today, and thank you for your ongoing support and contribution in helping build a better working world.
Thank you very much, Katie. And now I would like to invite the keynote for panel 3, Olivier Bouteille-Staff from Accountants Europe, the CEO of Accountants Europe, to join, deliver his speech, and then panel 3 members are kindly asked to come to the stage. Lina Lemesiu from EFRAG and her panel members. Olivier? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elisabeth. And sorry, colleagues, if I start talking while you're taking your seats. Thank you very much for the invitation today. It's a pleasure to be speaking to this group. But to be very honest with you, after what I heard Katie say on the speech of Professor King this morning, I don't really see what I can add. So let me perhaps emphasize one point, which is timing. Because if we look at what has happened in the field of corporate governance, well, we've seen a lot of rules, more and more rules, but have we seen less scandals? Well, I don't think so. Have we seen better environmental outcomes? I'm afraid not. Have we seen better social outcomes? Well, if I look at what's happening in my country, France, I don't think so as well. And as Katie outlined, this is taking place in a context where we see massive disruptions on the geopolitical stage and also on the technology stage. So this is not business as usual. Everybody says it's not business as usual. But have we really changed our way of thinking? I don't think so. And if you look at these different issues that we face, well, we have to pick up our priorities. And at the risk of paraphrasing Professor King this morning, I would change the title of this slide and would say that there is no healthy company without a healthy planet. And we don't have a healthy planet I don't need to go into details and statistics on these different issues shown on the slide, but basically today we live in a world where pollution is killing 9 million people a year. If you add the people killed by pollution, if you add to that people killed by car accidents, sugar, and disruptions because we've got 75% of our land that is undermined, well, basically you add up to a number of people that is greater than what the Second World War was killing on a yearly basis. Means that we have to change. And we've got plenty of tools to change, and it's not only about corporate governance. Everybody has a role to play. What we have to solve, to my view, is a systemic issue. So today we're talking about business and the role of corporate governance, so I will emphasize on that. But it's not enough to have tools. If we use these tools in the same way as we've always did, we're not going to go any further. So I think apparently the great man actually on this picture has not said that. It's not written anywhere, but I think it's a great way of expressing what we have to think about. And we need to change our way of thinking. Otherwise, we're not going to be solving the problems we have to solve. So in terms of corporate governance, a few examples of what this could mean, how we should be thinking about this. Well, first of all, we have to find a new way of doing business, a new way to ensure the profitability and continuity of companies. And our current thinking is that we base that on a strategy that is aimed at maximizing sales. What does that mean? Well, that basically means using resources and thinking that these resources are infinite. They're not. This means burning cheap energy. That doesn't exist anymore. This means creating infinite waste. Well, the carrying capacity of the planet cannot take any more. So we've got a problem. We have to change the way we ensure the profitability and continuity of company. And in a nutshell, I think that means moving very quickly to a circular economy. We need also to redefine, and I think a lot of people have said that today, we need to redefine the way we think about responsible governance. The Sustainable Development Goals are very often quoted as a benchmark that can help us think about what is a responsible company expected to do. But there is an emerging debate that I find extremely interesting, which is that if we are to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, well, most scenarios lead us to exceed the carrying capacity of the planet. And that is why I think the Sustainable Development Goals are not enough as a benchmark. We also need to look at the work that the Stockholm Resilience think tank has been doing on the planetary boundaries, because these planetary boundaries are limiting our ability to achieve the SDGs. And we need to combine both if we are to achieve responsible governance and change our business models. And the next slide seems to be stuck somewhere. Well, a new boardroom culture. That is essential if we are to change corporate governance. We talked about diversity. We talked about gender diversity, and I agree with everything that has been said. But I think I'm missing one point that has not been discussed maybe sufficiently. In terms of board culture, what we need is people who think differently. Not only who have a different experience, a different skill set, and a different gender, and come from different backgrounds. We need to have people who have courage, people who dare to challenge what is being said. Otherwise, a board will be dysfunctional. That's easy to say. It's a little bit more difficult to achieve. So that means that in combination with thinking about the composition of the board, we also have to think about how we select board members, how we can ensure that board members have this different capacity to think in different terms, like Einstein apparently was saying. We need to adopt the reward mechanism on the board. we need to change the board processes and roles. And what I find a very interesting thing is the proposal that Professor King is making of having a chief value officer. Yes, that is a different way of thinking about the issues that we have. If we continue having boards that revolve around the CEO and the CFO and that carry on a business as usual mode with a slightly different spin, we're not going to resolve the problem we have to resolve. Now, this is a series of recommendations that are a small extract from a thought leadership paper that we at Accountancy Europe will be publishing shortly. And there are about 30 recommendations that we will be very happy to share with you. They're not really recommendations, they're provocations, I would say, to help people think in new terms about what is the role of the board. But it's not only about the board. And as I said, this is a systemic issue. And I think policymakers and regulators also have to think in different terms. And when it comes to preparing new regulation, they also have to think in terms of outcomes, not only in terms of ticking the box and have to put nice words on papers. They have to think about the outcomes. They have to think about how they influence behavior. They have to think in terms of enforcement, a word that not everybody likes. But regulation that is not enforced doesn't serve any purpose. And it will be very important moving forward. We have a great set of companies that are really innovating, that are really trying to work on this agenda, and that are achieving, I think, or making progress on the road towards sustainable prosperity. But if we don't assure that these companies operate on a level playing field, if we don't move on rapidly to regulation and to properly enforced regulation, what we are in fact doing is not encouraging companies that are doing well and encouraging companies that are not doing so well to continue not doing so well. So we do have to change on that front as well. Now, if you want to continue discussing in details these issues, I would be delighted to welcome you in Brussels on the 26th of June. Sorry for taking the floor for a small advertisement, but I thought I would share with you that we will continue this conversation in Brussels on the 26th of June, and I very much look forward to seeing you all. Now, we don't have a lot of time to act. If you remember the Brundtland report that first talked about sustainable development, that was in 1987. If you look at the report from the Dennis Meadow that was delivered to the Club of Rome, and that very clearly outlined the limits to our current model, the report was entitled The Limits to Growth. That dates back from 1972. Have we changed since then? No. If you read the IPCC report on climate change from last October, we basically have between 3 and 10 years to act. Otherwise, we'll be having fun, but like on this cartoon. Thank you very much.
Sorry, hello. So this morning we discussed the changing context of corporate governance and the flexibility and proportionality of the corporate governance model. We will continue the discussion this afternoon. My panel will bring the concept of ethics into the equation and how ethics can help in enabling sustainable growth. So For this purpose, I have with me Beatrice Rischebaum from ICODA, Director General of ICODA. I have Bistra Boeva, professor at the University of National and World Economy in Sofia. I have Pedro Oliveira, Director for Legal Affairs with Business Europe. Joy Wasagi, responsible for investors' relations with HCP and Asset Management Company. And finally, Adrian Codirlasu, President of the CFA Romania. So before I give the floor to my speakers, I was wondering whether we already have an outcome of the first poll question. Would it be possible to look at that? Well, maybe it's too fast to ask for an outcome, so I will give the floor to Beatrice to start giving us the perspective from the point of view of companies and the boards of directors. Beatrice, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lina. I would like to build on what Olivier just said. I fully agree that the time is no longer when companies consider themselves as pure economic agents. They have to develop relationships with stakeholders, and they have to conquer their own legitimacy. But we can wonder to a certain extent if companies have nowadays not to overcome the failings of other institutions. I do believe that states cease to hold the monopoly of the general interest. And in other words, it is as if companies have nowadays unlimited responsibilities. They are the ones who have to develop economically the nation. They are the ones sending rockets into the space. But we are asking them also to develop a new social order and also to care about environment. And on top of that, we are asking them to develop new relationships with time and to give chance to the future. And I think we can wonder how we are going to make sure that companies will embrace all those responsibilities. And we can see three options. First of all, we can rely on investors to discipline companies. Second, we can rely on market discipline. And third, we can just put more pressure on boards. Concerning investors, the capacity of investors to discipline companies, I will rely on Joe to elaborate on that. But coming to the market discipline, I think the good news is that ethics pays. It would be, to my mind, improper to think that a company has to commit itself to sustainability only to comply with law or because they are under pressure. By expressing its ethics, the company managed to assert its uniqueness. They can create a competitive advantage, and they can also promote a brand personality. And I think that the difference in performance between organizations can often be explained by the fact that some companies know how to deal and to manage with their symbolic dimension. The best companies in class see ethics less as a constraint than a tool for innovation. And those companies have understood that buying a product is becoming nowadays a political act. If we come to the third option, putting pressure on boards, I think here again that's a good news for boards, because I do believe that all those developments can value even more the roles of boards in what they have specific and qualitative. That is to say, their capacity to make arbitration. Responsible boards have to arbitrate between the responsibility they assume and the responsibility they reject. But we shouldn't forget that ethics is a permanent questioning. And therefore, boards should refuse an ideological one-size-fits-all approach. Making the right choices goes beyond making a black or white choice. And we believe at ECODA that regulators can adapt and provide the legal frame, but they should refrain from going too far, because formalization has the disadvantage of freezing the reflection. And it's important for companies to avoid the morality of the single thought. We have seen over the past years that corporate governance codes have been successful in incentivizing boards to enhance better governance behavior and better decision process. And the comply or explain principle, to a certain extent, was critical in encouraging board members to develop their own thinking. But I think that the best is the enemy of the good. And over the past years, we have seen an inflation of different guidelines, different codes that are supposed to complement not only legislation, but also corporate governance codes. And even the European Commission, in a way, is stepping in the shoes of professional bodies to develop guidelines that are often very detailed. And at ECODA, we believe that codes and guidelines should remain principle-based if we want to have and to get true ethical discussion at the board level. I think ethics is not a product, it's a process. And unlike corporate governance, unlike ethical codes, code of ethics, and corporate culture, they are there really to define the thinking, the way companies are thinking, but they are not there to address the why. And I do believe that boards are there to question the why.
Thank you very much, Beatrice, for your very interesting comments. I make a note of the statement you made towards the end that ethics are not a project, but rather a process. And I ask Pedro to continue with the company perspective.
Thank you very much, Lina. Good afternoon, everyone. So on behalf of Business Europe, I would like to thank the organizers, the hosts. It's been really a pleasure to benefit from the hospitality from Bucharest. Business Europe is an European umbrella organization representing business, mainly employers, industrial organizations from 35 different countries, going beyond the EU. It's always very challenging to speak in these panels because I agree with many of the things that have been said before. So I'll try not to be too repetitive and to add maybe a bit of provocative elements in my speech. So as it was said before many times today, the world is not what it used to be. We are now seeing old alliances being challenged, US-EU, rise of authoritative and also populist movements, Brexit, the Yellow Jackets, the alternative facts as well, and in the words of the writer Isaac Asimov, there is this idea of the false notion that democracy, that there is a democracy where my ignorance is as good as your knowledge. So this is all a big change that we are witnessing right now, that is challenging the values and the conventions from a social, political, and economic point of view that generations in this room, including mine, have taken for granted. So business is trying to navigate and trying to find the answers to all these uncertainties and also instability. And I have to say, I slightly disagree, but very slightly disagree with what Mathilde said this morning, that there's a totally distrust, a substantial distrust in business. If you look at the study from, or the survey from Edelman on trusts that was presented at the European Economic Forum, business still accounts with a lot of trust compared to governments and media. So, and also amongst their workers, 72% of the workers from the companies that are from the people surveyed believe in companies to drive change and to try to provide answers. So I also agree with what Beatrice was saying, that there is this notion of greater and greater liability of companies. And I feel very frustrated that I didn't propose to the panel as a background questions for the audience, should we go back to the companies that Mr. King described this morning, the unlimited company from the 18th century, because companies are getting a wider and wider set of responsibilities and liabilities. And those liabilities are expressed in the form, banks, for example, financial sector is now becoming watchdogs of anti-money laundering, really active watchdogs. Tech firms are controlling hate speech, and we see more and more the whistleblower schemes being implemented by companies and by states. So to kind of harness the still trust that exists in companies and to try to use the power of companies to bring change, this can be done via a good corporate culture. And how do we find it? Of course, we need to identify the good elements, the identity. So you need to know why you are in business. You need to know why you are there, how you bring purpose, value to the owners, sustainability. We often speak about the 3 Ps model, so people, profit, and planet. And also of this social license to operate. So this is being more and more important in a culture of and a situation where intangibles and the branding gains a lot of importance. Of course, transparency as well is very important, and that all the people involved around the company are able to understand what is behind the identity, what is behind the values of the company, compliance, and also accountability. Now, who is there to develop and carry forward and implement this corporate culture and business ethics? Of course, the board. It's been said many times today, a board where there's a good flow of information, a board which is trained, ready to discuss the disruptions that we face nowadays with cybersecurity. You all remember what happened last year with the WannaCry hacking attack. I mean, this has to come to the boards, all this cybersecurity. I don't think every board member needs to be an expert on all these issues, but an idea could be to appoint a digital officer in the board or a chief privacy officer, because these issues are becoming more and more important, knowing the limitations that we have in terms of sizes of boards. We cannot have a board of 100 people in the room. There's all these operational limitations. Of course, boards, shareholders, our asset managers, investors, proxy advisors, and employees, because if you don't have a good flow between the different layers, you will not be able to carry forward. Just one more minute, Madam Moderator, or a couple of seconds. To conclude, corporate governance is, for me, a kind of a web that links all these problems and that can provide the good elements to find solutions. And we should not forget the basics. It was a very good introduction to our conference, the basics. And on the words of a CEO from Greece, Mr. Petalas Forlis, that I met a few years back, business does not only exist to abide to rules, but also to produce value and growth. And now in a moment where we are transitioning, we're going to a new legislature, our legislator, who is not here already, is with the hand on the trigger and very nervous to propose again new things. And we should not forget that it's not the law who imposes culture. It has to come from within. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pedro, for your intervention. I found particularly interesting your reference to ethics as the web that links problems in order to find solutions. And I would now like to give the floor to Bistra to hear things from the perspective of academia.
Thank you, Lena. First of all, thank you very much to the organizers and to the Independent Directors Institute of Romania, because for me Bucharest and corporate governance are very dear. Many years ago, as Matilda said, here took place the first OECD conference on corporate governance principles for Southeastern Europe. So that's why I appreciate very much this invitation. And second, because in the white paper produced at the end of this roundtable, there was a very simple sentence about ethics. It was about independent director, and there was no too much explanation what it is, but it was clearly said in the white paper, it was about integrity. So that's why we're not discussing for the first time the issues of corporate governance, business ethics, and sustainable development. But I would like to point out 2 or 3 things in my short-term presentation. First of all, it is about new approach towards ethics, because we have to cope with the issues of the coming of crisis. Usually when it is a financial crisis, regulators, legislators, they manage to find solutions and the pendulum is going back to the initial stage. I'm not quite sure that we people could manage now, when we faced a lot of challenges in terms of environment, in terms of protection, to bring the pendulum back. Because we know that it goes about the environment, it goes about social issues, and it goes about also good governance. So that's why I strongly believe that we have excellent values, we know everything about these values, we know that ethics is beyond the legal requirements, that what I clearly would like to point out. And here, I'd like to link the topic of this panel with ethics and non-financial disclosure. We have directive, we have our transposed laws, and at the end of the day, we have these guidelines how to disclose non-financial disclosure. And here we have a great opportunity to employ to prove our reputation as board members, as corporates, because I would like to be in the shoes of the people of the companies. They prepare their annual non-financial disclosure report, referring to the guidelines, because the guidelines translated in the respective language of the country, for some people it is very difficult to navigate, and it goes to the board of directors or supervisory board and the management at their discretion to find the proper way to report accordingly. And I try to offer you some findings I made referring to some, okay, it's not real academic study, but just survey. What I saw in my country, on one hand, we have excellent report, many pages. So it indicates reputation, ethics, transparency, good board members. On the other hand, we have limited information about non-financial disclosure. And here questions arise. Does it go only about business ethics? Formally, referring to the statement business ethics goes beyond legislation. The answer is clear. The champions, okay, ethical companies, ethical board, high reputation. What about the smaller boards? Are they different? So here I would like to go further. Today we have to talk about reputation, ethics, and non-financial disclosure. It's a test for some companies. They would like to share with everybody the results of their attitude towards SDG. For some companies, maybe it's very important to see their relations with different participants on global supply chain. So here we have to find the balance. And my point is that we also have to teach, to educate the people, because it doesn't go only about the reputation, it doesn't go only about the ethical. Here, when we can apply our ethical principles, sometimes we do not have sufficient skills how to do it. Unfortunately, people from European Commission are not here. I have 1 minute more, but I try to compare the report presented by high-level expert group on sustainable finance with the action plan. And when I reached the part about the boards, about the sustainable strategies, in the action plan there was nothing about recommendation about the future board members in terms of their sustainable behavior, in terms of their relations with the stakeholders. So I strongly believe that it was again good sign. Maybe it's again left at the discretion to the companies to make it as they consider what is non-financial disclosure and sustainable corporate governance board. Some academic research talk about so-called bilingual board members, bilingual board members knowing something about environment, not experts, but having awareness about this issue, having awareness about the stakeholders. So to make the story short, I would like to point out that still we have a lot of place at our discretion to implement our ethical principles, but to a quite new situation, the challenges which are in front of us. And let's do not forget that we have only 11 years. 11 years till year 2013. And I'm referring here to the report mentioned by Pedro a few minutes ago about the climate changes and warming above 1.5 Celsius. So it is not about, as I said, it is not about something quite new. It's just about a normal attitude to employment our ethical principles to the new challenges we are exposed to. I think I have to finish. I'm a professor and I'm used to talking. Please stop me.
Thank you very much, Bistra. And I note the emphasis that you placed on the fact that ethics goes beyond legal requirements and the complications due to translation and interpretation issues. And I now give the floor to the investors' side to hear what we have. The comments from Joe on the investor's perspective, and then Adrian.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Joe Yosaki, and I just lean over so that the tables at the end can see us. I come from a small asset management company called Helsinki Capital Partners, where I started only a few months ago. I work as investor relations, and my background is firmly in corporate governance. Helsinki Capital Partners, or we call HCP, is a little unique in the sense that we are very small. Asset under management is just below 100 million, so people who are in the know would know that we are very, very small. And I will touch upon that particular point because it's relevant to the discussion as a whole. However, although we are small, but we punch above the weight, we are currently the only certified B Corp benefit corporation in Finland. We try to be a responsible investor. And how we do it, that's what I would like to talk about. And then perhaps that's the reason why I am working in this particular company. The role of investors in corporate ethics and ESG broadly, or sustainable development, is very much focused on investor stewardship. So using their ability to provide funds, their role in influencing corporate behavior is very much focused. But as you can imagine, this is not always possible, particularly if you're a small player. We do active investments, and then we hold shares in companies. But if we try to go to listed companies and knock on the door asking for a discussion with chief executive or even investor relations, we might just get a sort of blank stare saying that, what are you here for? So it might not always work, but there are other things we can do. And then perhaps, particularly we are talking about ethics, we ought to think about financial service industry's own culture, own ethics. It's been over 10 years since we have experienced the financial crisis. MiFID II has just come in last year to improve the culture and then transparency of financial service industry. But in order for the industry to really change, something has to change from within. And this has been talked by our colleagues who were in the same panel and during the discussion in the morning. First thing I would like to mention is that the financial industry is not shady or gross as such. It's like an irrigation or drainage system in the farm, if we compare the economy as a whole as a farm. Without proper irrigation system, farmland won't survive. So it's not the fault of the money in itself. So what is going wrong? That's where we need to think about the ethics of our own business. There are loads of things that we can do. We can enhance transparency. We can look at incentives. We, for example, don't have bonus for high-performing managers, and then still our managers perform really well. Why? Because we enjoy working in this company with the stated purpose of changing the culture that exists in financial services. We try to encourage young people to look into financial industry and then be aspired to work in the industry. Now, when you think about Hollywood films or thinking about your own offsprings or young people who might be here even, when you ask them what they want to be when they grow up or what sort of job you aspire to do, people might say, oh, I want to be a lawyer, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a vet, or I want to be a detective. But how often do we hear people saying you want to be an asset manager? That happens perhaps when they want to buy a fast car or flash watch, whatever. We need to change. We need to get rid of jargons. We need to make the industry something accessible. And then that's something every participant in the market can do. We try to communicate what financial service is, what responsible investment means. We analyze companies we invest, and then we disclose, we publish blogs. It needs a bit of courage, because there is always risks that people point finger at us and then say, look, they are very silly. But sometimes we have to have this informed naivety. We don't have time to be cynical. So there are a lot of things one can do. But important point is what we do is replicable. Because if we were the only person in a big square acting strangely, we can't change others. So it's got to be the basis of something others can replicate, and we welcome others to do the same. smaller companies and in smaller asset management need to be innovative, but we have collective brains and ability to be different. So there is my talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe, and thank you for explaining in a very pragmatic way the importance of ethical culture for the financial services industry. So, Adrian, we would like to hear from you now, continuing the perspective of the investors from the point of view of financial analysts.
Yes,
Thank you.
sure. Thank you to the organizer for inviting us here on behalf of CFA Romania. I'm Adrian Codirlașu. I'm president of CFA Society Romania. CFA Society Romania is a member of CFA Institute. And I want to say that CFA Institute is a global organization with over 150,000 members around the globe. CFA Institute have a mission. The mission of CFA Institute is that financial market and financial industry to work for the benefit of the society. To turn time a little back, about 10 years ago, we have a big crisis, a big global crisis. We have banks that were failing in US and in Europe. After that crisis, we have a big recession, and the public considered that the financial industry was to blame for that crisis. You know that at that time, maybe you remember the Occupy movement, or Occupy Wall Street or Occupy London. The result was that the trust in the financial industry was lost for many years. Even now, it is still recovering. That way, CFA Institute thinks, and many other organizations think, that ethics and ethical behavior could play a very big role in restoring the trust in the financial industry. I want to mention that CFA Institute have a code of ethics and a standard of professional conduct. They're regulations that all of the CFA Institute members have to comply with, and each year they have to sign that they are complying with. And they are considered a standard for the financial industry in requirements for ethical behavior and the professional conduct. This code it's global, so everywhere in the world it should hold. Nevertheless, we should apply locally. So what also the code is saying, the code of conduct is saying, is that if there is a stronger provisions in the local law, so the local law should be complied with. So the strongest provision between the CFA Institute Code of Conduct and the local law should be followed. The main focus of the Code of Conduct is the client. So clients of the financial institution should come first. So the client's interest should come first. So everything the financial institution will do have in the center the needs of their clients. I want to mention few requests of this code. First is integrity. We should act with integrity. Second is competence and professionalism. We should know the professional regulation, we should know the laws, and we should know what we are doing and what instruments we are providing to the clients. You know that the financial industry have many very complex financial instruments and also very complex regulations. Probably one of the most complex regulations in the world. Just to mention, for example, Dodd-Frank Act, which is the single most complex piece of legislation in the history. So the clients might not understand the products. That's why the integrity of the people that is selling financial products is of very high importance. Then, Duty to clients and employers. So what I mentioned, the client should come first. So if there is a conflict between client, company, and personal needs of the sale people, the client interest should come first. Then the information that is presented to the client. For example, we should say what is fact and what is opinion, and inform the client about facts and opinions, so that the client decide knowing all the informations. Also, what is important is conflict of interest. We have to manage the conflict of interest, and that if there is a conflict of interest, the client should be announced about this conflict of interest and how it is resolved. I saw that my time ran up. I also want to mention one other point that should restore trust in the financial industry is the financial education. The financial companies need to provide information and to educate the public, given the fact that, as I was saying, the financial instruments are very complex and the regulations are very, very complex. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adrian, for enlightening us on the approach followed by your profession. I would now like to address to my panel one question that was raised by the audience. And I will address this question to Bistra because she already touched upon it earlier in her intervention. So the question is whether the notion of business ethics changes over time. And I would also like to extend this question and ask Bistra to share her thoughts as to how non-financial information contributes to the good ethical citizenship profile of these artificial persons that we have in the way of companies. So, Bistra, can we have a short comment?
Okay, I'll try to address briefly the first and the second question. I'm not talking about new ethical principles, but I'm talking about that we have to employ these ethical principles to the new challenges. I mean, in terms of environment, in terms of, let's say, global supply chains. In January, there was a conference on some of these issues at Brussels, and we heard various opinions how to tackle with this issue. So still we have some differences in terms of tackling some issues. So I can give you another example. I'm referring to some studies. We found out in a study about the global supply chain and how the big companies working with small companies in Bulgaria, how do they tackle ESG issues in their contracts, in their relationships? And we didn't find the expected answer. And it is not only ours, but there was another study by World Bank experts, and the lady reported that many big companies do not report on ESG issues, and especially, global supply chains. So, as I said, the same principles, but we have to think how to apply to this quite new reality. Is it fair? Is it fair to forget that somewhere on the first or second tier of global supply chains, there are some problems, and we are not addressing them, and we do not report in our non-financial reporting? I wouldn't name companies, not name and blame, but we also find out some problems at the bottom of the global supply chain, and they were not reported in the annual report. So that's why nothing changed, but we have to correspond to the new reality. And concerning ethics and disclosure, just one comment. I tried to put two indicators, ethical behavior of the companies and the strength of accounting standards and auditing standards. Both this information is delivered every year in the Global Competitiveness Index and issued by World Economic Forum. And usually in the last couple of 2 years, we found out that there is a slight correlation. The champions in disclosure with good standards on accounting and auditing are also champions in ethical behavior of the companies. You see, you have the same countries from Europe, let's say. They're applying to some laws, but at the end of the day, it was found out that that's slight difference. So metrics supports this conclusion that there is a correlation between ethics and disclosure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bistra. I will now turn to Beatrice and address a question to her. Beatrice, it was mentioned already this morning that the director's duties need to be redefined in the context of the sustainability agenda, and sustainable growth. So what is your opinion in this respect? What is your opinion about extending directors' duties?
Well, first I would like to quote Michel de Fabiani, who is the chair of our policy committee. Michel often mentioned that there is no company without shareholders. And I think it's important to bear in mind that it is up to shareholders to define the purpose of a company, either at the constitution moment or at a later phase. And I think we have to agree on those basic principles. First, the shareholders have to set the purpose of a company. Second, that doesn't mean that the purpose of a company must only be to make profit. Shareholders have, of course, the capacity, the ability to define a purpose in a broader way. Thirdly, it is obvious that companies cannot be run in a sustainable way if the boards completely ignore the context in which they operate. Understanding consumers' expectation, employees' aspiration is becoming a prerequisite if you want to run a competitive company, if you want to attract the right talents, and if you want to ensure sustainability in the long run. But that being said, I think unlike Monsieur Jourdain, who used to speak prose without knowing it all his life, I think boards have really to take a critical, aware and proactive approach when it turns to stakeholders' interest. However, and that's a point that is really important for us at ECODA, we want to make a clear distinction between stakeholders' interest. I think taking into account all stakeholders' interest on an equal footing should not be the ultimate goal of companies. Boards should not be turned into consultative bodies where all opinions can be expressed and opinions that can at the end delay decision making. And we believe that being liable to everyone means being liable to nobody at the end. And I would like also to extend a little bit my presentation, just to say that board often, we want the board to set the tone in terms of ethics. I'm not really a great fan of this expression, setting the tone, because I've got the feeling from time to time that it can be a bit paternalistic. And it's not always fit with flat and platform organization. And we shouldn't forget that when it turns to corporate governance, there is the holy trinity, the boards, the shareholders, and the management. And I do believe that we don't put enough attention on the management, and the management and the managers are really the one on a daily basis that have to show the right ethics and have really to implement it in the best way in the company. We have learned from past business failures that the best recipe for those failures is to get arrogant CEOs with their own values. And there I see really a role and a true leadership role for boards to select the right CEOs. I think we are coming to a situation where this is the end of super CEOs. And boards should look at CEOs that have selfless courage.
Okay. Thank you very much, Beatrice. We don't have much time left because we need to stop very shortly for due to mainstreaming restrictions. So I will ask very quickly a question that came directly from the audience. Could a company with no corporate governance framework still act in an ethical way? So, who would like to contribute?
It will be difficult and risky because having no code of conduct, that mistake might appear, that might become public. And at that moment, the company will lose a lot of reputation.
Okay.
Can you repeat the question again? Sorry.
Could a company with no corporate governance framework to follow still act in an ethical way?
I think it can depend as well. I would say that if company has very low awareness of what is right governance, then I think there's a big risk that they would behave in a way which is not reputable. But having something written down, I think it has a power to communicate it and make it clear to everyone, because any organization will people coming in and leaving and so on. But it's not what's written which dictates the organization's direction. It's about what people do.
Okay, well, I would like to thank my panelists very much for their interventions and their insights, and I would like to close off this panel's discussion with possibly a view of the results of our second poll question. We will not have time to discuss it, but it would be a good idea to have a look at the outcome. So some food for thought for everyone in the room. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rina, and thank you very much for panel 3, especially that you managed to finish this very complex topic in order to let panel 4 to continue, because 2 of the panel members need to catch flights, so we really need to be on time. And now it is my great pleasure to introduce Ralph Bose from CEOB, chairman of CEOB, to deliver his keynote speech. And while he is delivering his keynote speech, I would like to ask Sorana and panel 4 to take a seat on the stage. Ralph, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for the very kind introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have Elizabeth, do we have a clicker or something like that? Okay, so otherwise, when I give you a sign, you can. Yeah, okay. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure and also an honor to give this keynote speech to kick off such an exciting and top-class panel here at that important and well-received conference which takes place in possibly the most important times our European community has ever seen. Many thanks also to our Romanian hosts for the great organization. my panel colleagues, and I hope to keep you attentive after a long and fully packed, very interesting day.
I'm afraid the last speaker who used it by accident.
Okay. Is there anybody who can click it further? Yeah. Okay. So that's now the time to switch on to my disclaimer. So that's only to tell you that that this is only my view, what I'm presenting, and not the view of anybody who do I present, like the audit oversight body in Germany, the CAOB, or IFIA members. What I'm going to talk about is an area which we hadn't today yet, but hopefully not less interesting. In my presentation, I would like to draw your attention specifically on certain trends in the audit market and in the audit industry. These trends and developments are closely linked to audit quality, the auditor's independence, and insofar to the audit quality and reliability of the entire financial reporting. This in turn is certainly the basis for the trust of investors, other market participants, a broad range of stakeholders, and the public interest as such, and to a sustainable development and growth of economic players, as we have discussed throughout the whole day. In this environment, independent board members, specifically audit committees, play a very important role, which should not be underestimated. Next, please. Next one. This, in the interest of time, next slide, please. In the interest of time, the main message of this slide should only be that we all have rules, we all have European regulations, we all have national laws, we have corporate governance codes, and as you see under the German example, in our national law, corporate law, all these things, or most things which is now regulated by the EU regulation in that area, thank you, has already been written down in our corporate law. The German corporate governance code is completely revisited currently, and they will possibly set the bar even higher for audit committees when it comes to an assessment of the effectiveness of an audit. So this is even a higher hurdle than before, when it only had to assess the quality of an audit. So far, a lot of more regulations and responsibilities, accountability, and maybe in the one or the other country also serious consequences when it comes to violation of the law. In the following, I have listed different areas which not only audit committees should look at, understand, and consider. All of these areas are worth to discuss in detail, but no worries, I won't do that. But let me pick the one or the other issue to dive a bit deeper into it. Although you will have noticed the tremendous developments currently happening in the UK, and I don't mean necessarily the Brexit itself, I mean the discussions about the audit market caused by some accounting or audit scandals in the past in the UK and also elsewhere. For the result of these discussions of this process are the well-known Kingman, Bryden, and CMA reports. Nobody can foresee what the final outcome of these developments will be. But due to our interconnected world, certainly the suggested measures will have a significant impact on the audit markets, the audit firms, and their global networks, on the financial reporting, and on corporate governance systems, on the role and responsibilities of audit committees, on investors and stakeholders and their behavior, and all this possibly not only in the UK, but also in entire Europe and beyond. The discussed measures will probably go further than those measures implemented by the EU regulation in 2016, and time-wise possibly before we in the EU are at the point where we are at all able to really assess the effectiveness of that European audit regulation, and directly after 3 years of their existence. All of us are confronted with new technology and its effects every day. Audit firms use increasingly modern tools for different purposes. Firstly, to support and manage the audit process itself, which is very important for a good audit quality in my view. Secondly, to collaborate with their clients, to share data, to manage deliverables within the network and with their clients. And finally, and most importantly, to analyze big data to get alternative or additional audit evidence, to assess audit risks or to detect fraud. This happens either on the client's machine, anywhere in the cloud, or simply on the auditor's PC. Either ways are exposed to significant widespread data security risks which have to be managed by both sides, the client and the auditor. These developments have the potential to improve audit quality significantly. However, the road there is long and paved with uncertainties, possible inefficiencies, and unanswered questions. The audit market, the development of audit firms, including their business model, and the product audit itself, that's the right one, and the product audit itself are showing extraordinary dynamics. The extremely high concentration, combined with auditor rotation, independence, and cooling off or cooling in rules, could lead to a situation, if not properly managed by both sides, where there are only two auditors, or in certain situations, only one auditor left who are or is able to offer the requested audit in the right quality. The already mentioned digitization and the steady, mostly double-digit annual growth of the advisory arms of the big audit networks is changing the audit world completely. The tone at the top and the culture of an audit firm is key for audit quality. Why is that the case? The leadership has to make sure that audit is not just a business like the others, possibly very small, covering only 25% or even less in terms of the whole business, possibly much less profitable like other businesses. But audit is a public duty. It has to follow certain rules. It's a regulated business in the public interest and needs full leadership attention. This is one aspect. Also, members of a multidisciplinary audit team often are not auditors and do not necessarily have that, I call it, audit DNA. They have to be integrated into that specific audit world, so leadership commitment is key. Huge investments in technology change everything, not only the character and the methodology and the process of an audit itself, as mentioned, also the business model and the audit firm's governance. In addition, the people strategy has to be reconsidered completely. The classical staff pyramid has gone already more or less. Career models, compensation models, recruiting models, skill set models, etc. will change substantially. Investments in technology and specialists know-how requiring a return. What might be difficult if audit firms, sometimes also supported by audit committees, compete on price instead on quality. No way out is to sell more non-audit services to audit clients. Regardless of European limitations to do so, an audit firm and the approving audit committee should always consider the possible effects of additional work on independence in mind of, let's say, a single audit partner, and even more, the perception in the public, the independence and appearance of the whole audit firm. All this leads step by step to changing approaches by audit regulators who are more international, look more at quality control systems of the audit firms than at individual audits, and who are holding the firms more to account. They cooperate much closer, they share confidential data as much as possible under the respective legal regimes, and they intensify the dialogue which many stakeholders, specifically with audit committees, probably the most important stakeholders when it comes to audit quality and the financial reporting process. This slide is just to show you some key initiatives of the achievements within the CAOB, which illustrate the mentioned close cooperation within the EU. The bottom part shows a large variety of stakeholders who I do think are worth to have an intensive dialogue with. As CAOB, we have that dialogue with all of these stakeholders, either at the plenary level, on CAOB subgroup level, within specific task forces like the Financial Services Task Force, and directly on chair level. Again, most importantly, stakeholders are the audit committees and investors, but also the public at large, represented by, for example, financial industry regulators and other authorities, and by regional or global organizations, by NGOs and other non-for-profit organizations. Many of them are represented today here in this room, which showed me that the interest also in a sustainable financial reporting is unbroken. So finally, don't worry, I will not go through this. I'm just at the end of my presentation. Finally, here's only some little recommendations for practical considerations of audit committees. Some of them might be seen as no-brainers. However, if you are an audit committee member and if you lean back and think about these things and how many of them you are really considering in your day-to-day practice, it might be worth to dwell on the one or the other topic, always in conjunction with the aforementioned. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm looking forward to an interesting discussion.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Ralph, for the presentation. It actually set the stage for the discussion, as the audit committee is at the heart of board performance, and also it's the independence is a key element for the performance of the audit committee. This afternoon we have the last panel. But I bet it will be one of the most interesting panels, because we go to the core of corporate governance. We go to the role of boards in ensuring the health of a company. So the two questions that we would like to address in this board are: what actually makes a board efficient? How would we know that a board is performant? And what is the role of independent directors in this regard? And we have a panel that is actually very round and very capable of answering this question, because we have, starting from my left, we have Carmen Di Noia, who is a regulator, commissioner with the Italian Securities and Exchange Commission, and also he's a deputy chair of the Corporate Governance Committee, OECD. Then we have Giampiero Gigna, who maybe most of you know, because he's also very present in Romania and internationally as expert in corporate governance with EBRD. He's associate director and counselor. And also Merima Zubcevic, right? Sorry, I should have rehearsed more. But Merima was so close that it's the first name resonates so nicely. Merima also is an expert in corporate governance. She's the lead corporate governance with IFC in Europe and Central Asia. And now it's another challenge in terms of name. Jan is simple, but Veseljic, yeah? Is the new chair of ECODA, also a great specialist in corporate governance, representing in this panel actually the view of independent directors. So I won't take more time, because we have a clear deadline for that. Just wanted to point out that the role of the board is increasingly important in these days, with so many eyes on the boards, not only the regulators, but also shareholders, of course, stakeholders, and the large, the public at large. So they are responsible actually 24 hours, 7 days per week, not only one time per month or one time per quarter. And it's very important how a board is structured, how they perform, and yes, how they are eventually remunerated. So I will give the floor to Carmine and ask him his point of view from the point of, as a regulator. What makes a board efficient and what the regulator can do to ensure the performance of a board? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, thanks to Ernst Young, but also to the Association of Independent Directors. Obviously, you know, there is a stronger always demand from shareholders, stakeholders, investors, potential investors to have an efficient board of companies. And so I thought that my contribution to this great conference is to give you some numbers, some figures, because I think there are no magic numbers in corporate governance. So everything, it depends. So nothing is right, the size or whatever. But I think that information should go around. And actually, one important thing is that a necessary condition to discuss these topics is to have numbers, to have information. We have in Italy, I would say, a complex system of a mix of public regulation and self-regulation, but also of public monitoring and private monitoring. Actually, I will give you some numbers coming from, we just issued the CONSOB, so the regulator report on corporate governance, but also we have the report of Assonime and Emittenti Titoli, which is, you know, the Association of Listed Companies, but also of the Corporate Governance Committee report. And I think also maybe in this country it's important, all these reports are available on the website of the European Corporate Governance Code Network. It's always important to see other experiences in order to understand something more. So I would say the old characteristics for how a board can be efficient. There are some necessary but not sufficient conditions. We can discuss about size. Obviously, there is no magic number in size, too small, too big. It depends, again. There are pros and cons. In Italy, we have basically board, on average, they are composed of 10 people. There is a size effect and a sectoral effect. So bigger companies have bigger boards, and financial companies have bigger boards in size, so from 8 to 13, more or less. We have nearly half independent directors. Now, we cannot enter already in these few seconds in what is an independent director. It's a fact. We have slate voting system, so we have minority members of the board there, so appointed by minority members. Composition is also important. Diversity is a value. Obviously, it's easier to have more diversity in bigger boards. Diversity in terms of what? Age, nationality, experience, education, and gender. Everyone is talking about gender diversity. Our numbers, more or less, the average age is about 57 years old, again, size and sectorial effect. Foreign members are more or less 7%, so foreign people. Professional background, we have interesting data, we dig on all CVs, so basically the managerial experience is 70% of board members, of the old board members, including independent directors. Consultants are 20%, academics 10%, and others. What is the educational background? This is also interesting. We have more or less, given the average age, so the 55 and more, what people were studying 30 years ago, more or less, and also this maybe explain also the gender topic. But okay, so more or less we have a lot. The background is economics, more or less 50%, and then law and engineer, law 18%, engineering 12%. Why this is important? It's important because the true independence comes from competence. If you are competent, you are more independent because you understand things. And this is important. You need to know, and you need to be updated. That's why it's important to have induction session from the company, from outside, a stakeholder association and the others. And functioning of the board. Now, time is an issue. Okay, you need time. Okay, so information about how many times a board they do meet. In Italy, more or less, is 11 times per year. Then again, size, effect, bigger companies and sectorial effect, financial companies. How long does a board last? Again, this is a stupid number. It may last 10 hours and is inefficient. It may last 1 hour, is very efficient. But okay, to give an idea, more or less the average is 2 hours and 15 minutes, again with size and sectorial effect. But also you need people to attend board. So you need that people do not have too many other offices in other companies. I'm totally against strict rules on that because, it depends. You may have 3 offices in listed companies and there are more than 100 companies in a condominium. I remember a French case of an Italian company of a French director. Okay, but this is a long story. But also you need attendance rate. So again, it's important to have data on this, to encourage people, even companies, to give this data. And attendance rate is good, more or less is 90%. So this is an important thing. But the true topic in the very last second is the availability. When you're there, hopefully you attend, is the availability of information. This is the key issue. So the availability of pre-meeting information is a hot topic. We have some rules in the code saying, okay, you need to give out how many days in advance you give information. More or less 70% of companies, they do say this, on average 3 days, depending on the kind of document. If you want to give the draft annual report, maybe you have it ready, the draft one before, you may have very sensitive information, but this is the issue. And you need, again, reporting, so data on ex ante, but also on ex post reports. Final things, and I'm done. Okay, board evaluation, I won't talk about committees. Board evaluation, very important, but it depends on how board evaluation is performed. Again, there are no magic rules here, so no external, internal, but description of how it's done. So I think I'm overdone, so thank you, and for first round.
Okay, yes, you have one there. Thank you very much, Carmen. It's very interesting, and I think this type of thought and framework applies everywhere, basically. So, indeed, these are the prerequisites for efficiency of a board. I would also like to ask Giampiero, from your perspective as a financial institution which is also lending and invests in companies, how do you look at board efficiency, and what is the role of an independent director, especially in committees, audit committee, nomination and remuneration? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's the last panel, so it's, you know, and I see a lot of tired faces. Let's try to be dynamic, and I will also try to be a bit provocative, if I may. There was a very good disclaimer from the keynote speaker. Let's put a disclaimer also about myself. So I'm from the EBRD, but please consider everything I say as my opinion only. So I can be a bit more open, and of course I'm not going to say anything that I think is derogatory or something, but at least I mean just to set the scene. Following up on what just Carmen said, board effectiveness. I mean, there are books, there are encyclopedia on that. And it's not just about the board. It's all about the framework in which the board stays. I remember Mark from my institution before mentioned Naftogaz. Naftogaz, it's the largest company in Ukraine, gas sector. George Soros defined a black hole in the Ukrainian economy. Why is it important for us? Because 80% of the gas that arrives to Europe passes through this pipeline. So if Naftogaz was failing, Germany was without gas. So it was very important for us to intervene. And when we worked for the corporate governance restructuring of the company, they knew what they needed. They said, we need independent directors. Really? Because what they created was essentially a board made also independent directors, set in the vacuum, set over there, with not clear responsibility, no reporting line, power to do nothing, completely detached from management. It was very independent, but able to do nothing. So really what we need is a board which composition, nomination, board evaluation, I suppose everything of that. But we need to have a board which is well integrated with the life of the company, that is really, you know, strategically, that provide a strategic direction from the company. And this is really, really important. So it's not just a matter of the board, but it's a matter of the corporate secretary, the nomination, the flows of information, how the committees, so the dynamics, and so forth. Having said that, how do we look at the board? Well, maybe, if I may, let's start first of independent directors. I mean, there was a lot of discussion about independent directors also before. And what is interesting is that it's very difficult to define independent directors. Who are them? And when you look at the definition in the codes, you see a set of negative criteria. But can you define something by negative criteria? You can say that this is not a car, that this is not a bottle, is not a piece of paper, but we can go over forever and you will never say that this is a microphone. And this is one of the key issues. You cannot define a positive attitude just by negative criteria. And yeah, I mean, I've been involved in Romania. I mean, we worked for the revision, and we'd have the new, I mean, I contributed to the development of the new corporate governance code. And when we look at the definition of the corporate governance code, for instance, in the Romanian code, you see a list, of course, of negative criteria. But the key essence is really the objectivity of mind. This is what you want to have in independent directors. Somebody that is able to challenge, able to express his view, able to say no, able to ask the question. If I'm appointed as independent directors in a company, I should not be afraid, because I have a legal background, to ask some questions about financials. So this is really something to state, because what we see and how we judge independent directors, when we see some information about who are the independent directors, is often benchmarked only on negative criteria, which I think is not the right solution. Another important thing to add about independent directors and committee is that in many countries, you see that committees, especially the audit committee that we talked before, is made of independent directors or independent people who are actually not board members. Well, this is the case of Italy, for instance. Again, I try to be provocative, if I may. Collegio Sindacale, I mean, they are not board members. So they are independent, non-director. Is it the right solution? I'm not sure. I mean, we are working with a large bank in one of our country's operation, and which is the same framework, which is, I mean, in the former Soviet bloc, is usually called revision commission. And the problem, one of the major problems I see in this respect is that being not board member, so just having a limited vision of what the strategic risk of the companies, they are not able to direct the internal control framework, the internal audit, towards strategic risk. Further, what you want from independent directors is actually to provide from objectivity at the board. Now, if the independent directors only sit in the committee and don't sit at the board, then, I mean, the objectivity stays in a body that is actually aside. And when they make a recommendation, there is actually nobody that is able to reinforce it by voting pro the recommendation at the board. Further, who is going to provide the flow of information between the committee and the board if those that sit at the committee do not sit at the board? I stop it here, but I mean, it would be nice to...
I definitely will come back to you, because I know you have a lot to say, and you have a wealth of experience and information. So, but I would like to be also a bit provocative and kindly ask you to put the question about the, artificial intelligence on the screen as well. Because one of the trends that are affecting, that is affecting the board is actually disruptive technology. And thinking of what Giampiero just said, that a board member needs to be available, committed, objective of mind, maybe this is a way. Maybe indeed artificial intelligence will make better decision for a company, which already it's happening in some part of the world. I think a venture capital already appointed such a artificial intelligence in Singapore, if I'm not mistaken. So this is already happening. So I would like to ask Marima what she thinks about the role of disruptive technology in related to board performance. How are these affecting board performance?
Okay, thanks Sorana, thanks so much. Thank you all for staying awake. We know it's very difficult in a room without windows all day, so we will try to keep it short. Well, when I think of disruptive technologies, I think it's no longer enough to say disruptive technology as itself. I think we have now entered an era when we have disruptive industries, and maybe that's an even more important issue to tackle. So when you just juxtapose several industries, when you think of hotels and Airbnb, remember the initial reaction of the hotel industry to Airbnb? It was none. They thought they were not a competitor. These days, they know that they are, and they are doing something to address the outflow of customers towards that provider. You can also say the same about the taxi industry and Uber. You can also say the same very relevantly so for most of our businesses related to the financial institutions and the blockchain technology. I very vividly remember, and colleagues from the US will surely remember, the congressional hearings and all these, interrogations about the blockchain developers. What are they doing? Is it out of the law? How will it be regulated? It can never be regulated. So there was so much resistance from the financial industry in the beginning. But what's happening today, that if you open Financial Times, maybe not every time, but at least once a month, you will see another bank signing up to a type of blockchain technology and using it for a specific purpose. So why am I mentioning this? The fact is that these days, boards, as obviously the ones who direct the strategy and help management develop it, are the ones that have to keep up. They are the ones that have to know what is happening in the space of disruptive technologies and which industries are posed to potentially disrupt their industry. So to use another example, when you think of Tesla, first of all, when they just started, everybody was seeing them as an automotive manufacturer, so they're a car producer. But today, they are actually three types of companies. They are a car manufacturer, but they're also an energy company, because they very soon realized that the electricity that they need in order to drive their cars will very unlikely be available soon. So in order to ensure that their product survives, they have started developing systems for solar panels that will actually be the energy provider, the fuel provider for the car. So you have them enter energy industry. And then what you also have is the fact that they have opened up their IP rights. So they have become a big design and IP player in the field of the industry. So one can say that the boards of the traditional car manufacturers can just watch and observe what's happening, but we all know that that's not the case and that they are all trying to keep up with them. So basically, when you think of boards, again, going back to our topic, when you think of boards and the fact that they are the ones that drive the companies, to use a car analogy, they have to be aware and they have to be literate. Bistra kindly mentioned the bilingualism, I think you called it, when it came to sustainability and to environmental and social issues, but it also, I think, goes for several other aspects of board role, and the fact that the disruptive technologies are a big factor is something that they would want to be at least able to intelligently discuss. So on the other side of the spectrum, when you don't look at disruptive technologies as a business opportunity, you also look at them as a risk. You have a wealth of cyber risks that the companies are exposed to. So you have cyber attacks, you have the fact that you have the emergence of software as a product applications, you have also the fact that the regulators are increasingly holding board members accountable for the oversight, they say. They don't say the management, obviously, of cyber risks, but the oversight of cyber risks. So again, another reason to pay attention to this issue, and maybe to finish with what is probably most important for the audience here, and Professor King kindly referred to it this morning when you discussed the percentage distribution between tangible and intangible assets. So what you have these days is the fact that companies that have lighter assets have higher market capitalization on the basis of their ideas, on the basis of what they offer for the future. And I think we would all agree that there is no future without embracing the technology that we have at disposal. So that would be, I think, maybe a little bit of everything related to this topic. But as you were mentioning encyclopedias before related to the independence of directors, I think one can also be soon written on all the different risks and opportunities that board members are exposed to, including the disruptive technologies. So I would leave it at that.
And what about artificial intelligence taking over the boards? What do you think?
Yeah, so quite frankly, again, personal opinion, not IFC opinion. I was a little bit afraid in the beginning when artificial intelligence started developing, because it soon came to a point where it seemed like, it will never take over, obviously, but does have its own ability to develop intelligence, let's put it that way. So I think it's a little scary, but I don't think for now we have to worry too much about it replacing the people. I think we have enough to worry about when it comes to changing the profile of the people on the board, diversity issues, and all the other things before we get to the next step.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, thank you very much. Jan, now coming from your perspective as a representative of directors and being yourself a director, how do you see from inside the board the functioning of the board, and what do you think it's the connection between the regulation, being them hard or soft, and the real practice in the board?
Thank you very much, Sorana, for the invitation to be here participating. Actually, I'm the last panelist in the last panel, so this becomes a very interesting point. Actually, my first management performance was when, as a leader of a student activist group, I took over a university. And since then, I've been taking over all times. And I would like to take over a bit your role, because I would like to play a 5-minute game with the audience. Actually, let's assume that we are sitting here as a board of directors. What would you say? Would we have sufficient expertise here to be a reasonable, acceptable, successful board? Please raise your hand if you think so. This is the real type of persons that are sitting in a board. They are overconfident, and they know that you really have to have self-confidence. At the same time, they all have also quite some difficulties. It's not an advantage only to be an expert. You are overconfident. You do a lot of groupthink, and you show a lot of mental reflexes, which is the easy, quick way of thinking, and not the proper, thorough way. So what actually can you be doing here? I think for a board it's very important that you combine the opposites, so to say, that you combine executives with non-executives, that you combine dependent directors with independent directors, that you combine business-blind old-timers with the naivety and the lack of knowledge of the newcomers, that basically, of course, that you have men and women. Fortunately, here we have sufficient women, but that you have that sort of counterbalance, because that helps the quality of thinking to a large extent. My second question actually is, do you think that here in the room, in our board, that we have sufficient progressive mood, and that we are thinking in the same way of approaching the problem, and that it's only a matter of time that the pieces fall into place, and that we will have proper corporate governance? What would you think? Please raise your hands if you are confident. Well, that is... Fortunately, we have here a forefighter of the good new world. Thank you very much, Professor King. But I would say we are completely on the wrong track, actually. We are in a part of a development where there are more rules developed, and actually rules are a sort of signal of administrative incompetence. If you are a manager or a politician or whatever, but if you start thinking in rules, then you are really tackling the problem from the wrong side. And actually here I would suggest very much that you start from the enlightened self-interest of your collaborators, and that you would offer opportunities for them to really strive for their objectives, instead of starting to talk about compliance and enforcement. I come to my third question. Do you think that society is sufficiently represented in our board? If you think so, please raise your hand. Ooh, this is this is a poor score. Actually, I would advocate. Of course, I learned today that Ekoda's point of view is different from mine, but I'm only starting, and it can still change, of course. I mean, my point of view, of course. But I would suggest that we move to a much more societal board, at least to a more societal advisory board, because what we see is that the world is very flat, and we need a flat board as well. And there also we need some way of tackling societal problems like platform industries taking over, social media taking over, democracy stumbling. We have to create much more connection with the outside world, and that has to work through contacting, mixing with a lot of the external stakeholders. And the only way to, on long term, to work as a company, as an organization in harmony with the rest of the world is to really take them seriously and communicate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan. Very inspirational. How can we get back to existing rules and being them, based on hard laws or soft law after this speech? We still live in the world of rules, and until everybody is enlightened, I think we ought to observe these rules. Otherwise, we are in trouble. And because you are not the last panelist, I would also like to put a question to Ralph, because I would very much like to hear from you. What do you think in terms of the composition of an audit committee? How much it would be formed by audit experts or non-audit experts, and how it would be, what is the best relation between audit committee, internal audit, and external audit? It's a quite complex question, but please feel free to address it.
Well, thank you, Sorana. In terms of the composition of an audit committee, should there be an audit expert? If you have listened carefully to my presentation, I guess you would assume what my opinion is. I would say yes, even considering that the audit world is getting much more complex than in the past. You have to consider a lot of things which I only roughly mentioned, and you have to also to understand what audit really means, so that that's sometimes also a bit scientific. Not rocket science, but it's not that easy to understand how an audit works and should look like. And given we had that issue with the new IT technology, with big data analysis, with artificial intelligence, audit firms also using this increasingly, just starting it, but the times is very, very dynamic, and we will see artificial intelligence in the course of the audit probably earlier than later. So in a nutshell, I would say yes, an audit expert would be helpful. Not in all cases, not in all companies, not in very simple structured companies, maybe not in smaller firms, but in some firms it would be definitely useful. Sorry, what was the second part of the question? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, as you have seen, also the audit committees in Germany have to have to look at the functioning of the internal audit function. Auditors and internal audit function are cooperating in the one or the other case, not fully and not in all circumstances, but at least where it's possible to rely on internal audit work, there is it the case. But you asked more for the relationship between audit committee and internal audit. So I think the internal audit is also a part of the let's say internal control system of the whole company, and you really should rely on the internal audit function. And therefore I would say, and I have experienced this in my former professional time when I was responsible for big banking audit clients. So the audit committee, at least each quarter, when the audit committee meeting took place, we had a slot with the audit committee without the managing board, so just the audit committee members and we as auditors, and also the internal audit function had their slot with the audit committee to talk about also confidential things, and also we as the auditor had a slot together with the internal audit function. So this triumvirate, let's say, with the audit committee, internal audit function, and the auditor is very important when it comes to the quality of the financial reporting process and then the quality of the financial statements as a whole.
Thank you very much. Coming back to the performance of independent directors, Carmine, whose interests are the independent directors supposed to serve? Is it the shareholders or the stakeholders? And what are the, actually, in the light of the implementation of the shareholders' right directive, what interests are independent directors defending?
How long do we have? I mean, until tomorrow. But, okay, I'm not a fan of the conflict between shareholder and stakeholder interest. I think that all independent directors are directors. They are part of the board. They approve, they talk about business, approve important operations. Actually, we should leave time for board to do business. Otherwise, we transform boards only into a compliance exercise. And we shouldn't, forget this. Then, obviously, also depending on how they are appointed, I think that board members should create, value in the long term of the company. So the medium long-term value for shareholders, it's by definition overlapping with the stakeholder interest. So there is no contradiction in this. I think that good having, and so the role obviously of independent directors, but this is, Econ 1, obviously if you have a different shareholding structure, you may have other agency problems. So not only the one, between management and shareholders, but those between minority and majority shareholder. And in countries like us, I mean in Italy or like maybe here, so our greatest shareholder in the stock exchange are, families and the state. Okay, so this is an important topic, and that's why then, so in the end, on the one side, their role is important because it's important for corporate governance. Someone this morning was saying it's important because it helps the funding of companies. We have a lot of SMEs, a lot of those very small companies, and having a good governance means that it's easier to have access to capital, not only to equity capital. We have this interesting example of mini bond issuances. So you issue 5 million. 5 million is a bank loan. Okay, it's interesting. You go there, it's a signaling effect. Why? Because then later you have better banking access with reduced, interest rates on loans by banks after you issue bonds. So this is interesting. So important role for corporate governance, important roles in particular operation. Now, shareholder rights directive, where everyone is implementing around. Okay, in Italy, we have, due to our situation, we have a very strong public rules on related party transactions, which is, is one of the core of the problems. again, it's interesting. We test, in a sense, rules. We test a framework in related party transaction through self-regulation, and this is the positive role of corporate governance codes. It's not that they do not work, that's why you need legislation. You test recommendation on listed companies, they're more equipped, but some of them are very important. So then we move to regulation, okay. We give a strong role, some people say a too strong role, to independent directors. For majority, for the bigger operations, you need a binding opinion by a committee formed only by independent directors. And actually, they do not only have to ex ante give a positive opinion, but actually they even have to participate to negotiations, so at least having a lot of information on this, which actually is a bit borderline. Some people says, okay, but this is transform them into executive directors in a sense, giving them a strong power before the board approve an operation, then you need the approval even for the interest of the company of independent directors. So this is a bit tricky. Actually, it's tricky because there is also a lot of liability on that side. And again, we were discussing at lunch with our colleague of the European Commission. We should be careful. There was always a trade-off. We do not want to expel from the market good directors due to liability issues. So we need a trade-off. And it's very complicated in terms of how even we have a strong sanction power, sanctioning power in CONSOB, typically on Collegio Sindacale, but also on board members. So we need to calibrate this. Actually, maybe a way to calibrate this is to completely change the topic of compensation of independent directors. It's a shame to have compensation different from the fixed one. Maybe we should think that in some ways we could slightly change this role. Just one word on Collegio Sindacale, because I cannot refrain from this. But we have this strange system of these Collegio Sindacale is a sort of external board of auditors. Then, okay, we have the audit firm. So they are, it's interesting, they are appointed by the general meeting, they're independent, they are obliged to attend the board, even if they are juridically not board members. They have individual investigation power within a company, which board members do not have. And actually, I remember when Sarbanes-Oxley was out, actually the SEC said, okay, you have already an audit committee made of independent directors, and even the audit regulation, actually, basically, the Collegio Sindacale is the audit committee for the audit regulation. But then we have, in any case, an internal control committee within the board. So in a sense, there is sort of interplay, which could be interesting. Why? Because they are different from board members, and this could be an advantage in some cases, rather than a disadvantage. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes, coming back indeed to the composition of the board and to percentage of the independent directors in the boards, maybe you could show the, okay. So there is definitely no size fits all. And it's definitely not depending very much on the stage of development and the share and the structure of the company. So I know, Gianpiero, we discussed also last evening about the requirements for independent directors and directors in general for various type of companies, and we speak here about SOEs versus financial institutions or startups. So what do you think? An independent director must fit the same criteria for all these type of companies, or they need different type of skills and competencies?
Thank you for the question. Just allow me to just a few words on the previous speaker, because we also discussed this. Corporate governance is not a science. Corporate governance is an art. Corporate governance is based on discussion. It's based on our perception. It's based on our intelligence. So every single case needs to be taken as its own. But it also means that, and this is also comes from the previous speaker. It's not just a matter of law or a code. It's a living argument. It evolves. There's going to be another crisis. There's going to be another revision of the OECD principle and so forth. So, I mean, we are developing, and therefore there is no really perfect system. And you cannot copy the US model because it's good, because it does not work like this. I mean, every system is anchored in its own tradition. And therefore, you cannot copy a corporate governance code from another country. I used to say that the code needs to be shaped on the legislation like a glove on a hand. I mean, because, there is a reason why for instance, Russian corporate governance codes tackle related party transactions while the UK code does not. Because in UK, the related party transactions are already regulated. There is no need to put it in the code. So, everything needs to be shaped upon legislation. On your question, I think that, every kind of company is different. For startups, I mean, it's at the very initial stage. I mean, Roman used to say the company is intuito persone. I mean, where there is really trust between people at the very initial, when there is no, it's just between two persons. I mean, usually it's, you go because you have an idea and you want just to develop an idea. You might not need even to have a board. You might not even, so you don't need independent directors. But when you have a bigger vision, when you want to expand your business, when you want to, think bigger, then is where you possibly need to have some sort of advisor. And there, the independence, the outside, might also mean also helping to have a better view, to look at 360 degrees, to challenge in order to make sure that you address everything. You can also mentor. I mean, the board and the independent can be also sort of mentoring for the entrepreneur in order to grow. And of course, I mean, depending, of course, on the maturity of the business. Very different in SOEs. In state-owned enterprises, what we have seen in many countries is that, boards are usually dysfunctional for a number of reasons. And I think that one of the main reasons why is that and I'm not talking about listed SOEs, I'm talking about, state-owned companies, which, it's usually state-owned companies. I see often an incapacity to take decision. It's mostly, when they take decision, is mostly a compliance exercise. It seems there is a sort of understanding that whatever is not provided by the law is prohibited. So that, I just take decision to the boundaries where the law allow me to take a sort of decision. But this is not business activity. This is just compliance exercise. This is not what the board should do. Also because in most cases, this is done by people that have no fiduciary duties towards the company. They are representatives of, not even the state, of the constituency that they appointed. So the various Minister A, or Ministry A, Ministry B, and so forth. So here, having an independent director provides really a different vision. Fiduciary duty, representing the company in performing the business, not the state, not the political aims that the state has. Because unfortunately, politicians have a very short-term vision up to the end of their mandate, while a company needs a very long vision. I've seen in many countries, I mean, every time there is an election, is a corporate takeover. Everything changes. Even the strategy goes here and there. So, this is what you want from independent directors. But mostly, the common word is challenging. Having somebody that is able to challenge. And challenge is not a fight. We are all part of a team. It's just, try to, promote, having a discussion, having active discussion. And, finally with banks, because I think you also asked about banks, I think the financial crisis has shown how limited was the role of independent directors in asking questions about these instruments that nobody was understanding, and in, it's not really capturing the risk of investing in different currencies. So, it's I think that better questions, more engagement, more challenges is really what define an independent director. So let me finish. We always talk about independent directors, but it's not correct. We need to talk about independent
and qualified directors. Because my grandmother can be the perfect independent directors, I would say, in all companies in this world. But where is the challenging? What is the added value that she can bring to the discussion? And it's all about value. It's not about conflict. It's about value.
Thank you, Giampiero, but isn't it qualified being the prerequisite to become a board director, and independent comes second? I mean, it's, yeah.
Yeah, well, yes, it should be, but how many SOEs, how many companies run a nomination process? How do you know about the qualification? Carmina mentioned before the board evaluation. I mean, if you don't make an inward analysis of the mix of skills that you have in the board, and you compare them with the challenges that you face in the implementation of the strategy, how can you know whether your skill or mix at the board is perfect? And therefore, if you do not know, then you don't go and look for them. It's just about, knowing what you're looking for. Because if you do not know, then you always say, as the first question, are you qualified? Yes, we're all qualified.
Okay, thank you, Giampiero. We spoke this morning, and we heard that the job of an independent director is much harder because of the asymmetry of information. And I would like to ask Jan how an independent director could be sure that he or she has the right level of information to make the right decisions.
Of course, that's a method that you have to organize, but my feeling is that there are far more essential aspects than the quality of information. Of course, without good information, you cannot make good decisions. But I would say the basic added value of the independent director is particularly on all the points where the dependent director is weak. And that means we have heard already a few, but it is, for example, on long-term orientation, and it is at the same time for, let's say, asking the naive questions, escaping from the prejudice that the rest of the board is suffering from. And it has, for me also, I have a history in venture capital. It's also important to not to got stuck in theorizing endlessly, but to go for the trial and error approach. That means you should be you should accept. I exaggerate a bit in the venture capital terms, but you should accept that if you shoot 10 times, 8 times you will miss, but 2 times you will have quite a reasonable result that amply covers the 8 misses. But if once you, of course, your starting point is zero risk approach, then you better stop your enterprise straight away. So I did not answer your question, but I promoted once more my personal evangelium, which means stop theorizing and ask naive questions.
Thank you. That's a start, I would say. So if there is no one size fits all type of approach towards corporate governance, nor regarding the boards, and we cannot hand over to artificial intelligence in order to make perfect decision, what else will ensure that we don't run into group thinking? Of course, we know the answer. It's diversity. But I would like to ask you, Marima, from an investor point of view, a shareholder's point of view as well, how you ensure you have the right diversity and what this diversity means to you in a board.
Sure. So I think diversity was quite well covered already today by several speakers. And I think when we say diversity, a lot of people jump to thinking about gender diversity. But I will share my personal opinion on that. I think that gender diversity as a fact means nothing. I think what somebody said earlier today is the difference of opinion that matters. And the difference of skills and the skill mix that you get as the end result is what matters. And then it's just a pure fact that the wider you throw the net, the better chance is that you will not fall into the trap of groupthink, and that the more people you involve, you will get more diverse opinions. And it is an absolutely known fact that women are, I would say, underutilized in the business. And there are so many studies that have really, I would say, sad results, saying that basically it will take up to 100 years to get to full parity when it comes to women and men in the business as such. So not just in the board, so imagine how long it will take for the board, but to get equal, employment opportunities, equal rights, and access to all jobs and similar. So from the perspective of the boards and also parallel to the issue of independence, it's not important just to have somebody because they are a woman, it's important to have the right person. And for that, I think we need to dig a little bit deeper. So we cannot just wake up one day and say, okay, I have a 6-member board and I want 3 of these people to be women. No, if you haven't prepared the pipeline, if the industry hasn't prepared the pipeline, if the educational institutions haven't prepared the pipeline of the women, and if you continue to have the so-called leaking pipeline in the fact that a lot of women just either make a conscious decision or are getting for other reasons less and less going up to the top, then you have a problem in how you fulfill the goal. So as you said, I think several stakeholders have a huge role to play, companies obviously one of them, but I think if anybody has the stamina and the ability to make a bigger influence, maybe even sooner than it would organically happen, it's the investors. And there I think the roles of EBRD, IFC and the likes, different DFIs play a huge role. Also big institutional investors such as BlackRock, who for example, the famous letters by Larry Fink every year in which he points to several issues, including sustainability, but also the importance of independence and gender equality and diversity, really help. Because if we, as investors, make a commitment to increase the number of women in the companies that we we invest in, and if we actually make it a condition for investment, then that will be a clear signal to the market that they need to do something. So just to share the example of IFC, we have made a commitment to by 2030, so not many years left to that, to obtain full parity when it comes to women nominated by IFC to boards of directors where we have equity. Currently, we are at around the 36%, so we are getting there, and we have annual targets, and we have introduced a very rigorous process for board nominations in order to ensure that if there is a qualified woman, they get the nomination. If there isn't, of course, I mean, that goes without saying that you would not compromise the quality. But what I'm trying to say is that we cannot really wait for the society, to reform itself fully to achieve full parity, given how long it will take, and we may need some quick fixes in the short term. So.
Thank you very much, Marima. And to end on, I would say, inspirational note, I would like to ask you, what would be your recommendation for an independent director in order to make a board performant?
As it was said, be curious, ask its true naive question, but also ask a wise question. You have to study. I mean, you cannot be an independent director if then you see a draft annual report with numbers in a bank and you don't have a clue, because then you will be a minority with respect to others. So you need, to be prepared. You need to discuss. I had an experience of being a director in a company fully owned by another big company. It was the Italian Stock Exchange. But we have a strong discussion within and outside the board with the chair. So it's important, you have to deserve this role, and do not be shy and or afraid not to be, let's say, reconfirmed. Because in the end, companies and even controlling shareholders, they need good independent directors.
fully agree. Fully agree. I would say, but be yourself. I mean, if they appoint you to the board for a role, they know your background, and they expect you to play according to your background. So, as I said, don't be shy because you have a legal background or because you are a communication. To ask the question, listen, can you explain me this because I don't understand? Because it's your responsibility to vote upon, even if it's financial statements, of his risk, of his cyber risk. And you are part of the board, and you need to take a position. And you cannot take a position if you do not know or if you don't understand. So a bit of humility, ask the question. Can you repeat it? Can you explain it to me? And this is, a key of this in the pre-meeting or, in the discussion that goes before and after the board to do that. But ask the question. The only stupid question is the question that is not asked.
Yeah, I would just add work, 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 and maybe give double the effort than you would even for your own company, because I think that a lot of burden is on the shoulders of current independent directors who are in a way trailblazers, and they need to prove that this concept works and that it is important, that it adds value. If the independent directors who take up positions do not add value to the company, then they are really jeopardizing the entire agenda and the entire movement towards having more independent directors.
For me, it's long-term vision, short-term action.
So I only have three words for it. It's not I love you. Well, and this applies to auditors and to audit committee members either. It's independence, independence, independence. So make your decision free of undue influence by anybody. That's very important, what I would give you on the way.
Okay, thank you very much. So with this note and with hope that independent directors will be true to themselves and true to the company, I give the floor back to Elizabeth, and I thank you, the panel, for this exciting discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sorana, and thanks a lot for all of the participants of Panel 4, Panel 1, Panel 2, Panel 3, and the keynotes. And now I would like to give the floor to Andrew Hobbs to deliver his final observations and closing remarks to this conference. Before I do it so, we mentioned it several times that the speakers had their own point of views. EY is a company which provides lots of support for us and also better questions. And one of the questions which occurred to me, and even if many of us and many of you believe that balance is there in the boardrooms, if the balance in the boardroom, the way forward, why do we fear sometimes that the clock is going backwards? And now the floor is to Andrew Hobbs. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Elizabeth, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for staying the distance. I know a lot of you have got places to go and flights to catch, so I promise I won't take too long, and I certainly hope to take less than the 20 minutes allotted to me. It's good to see so many old friends here today and to make some new ones. Just a couple of words on why we do these conferences. We love doing them. The corporate governance ecosystem is a fundamental enabler to economic growth and increasingly to the maintenance of trust. It's also an important factor in inward investment, as we've heard. But also as a leading audit network, we're very mindful of the relevance of good corporate governance. We rely on it to do our jobs properly, so we have a fundamental interest in it being done well. So my job for the next 10 minutes or so is the dubious pleasure to try and sum up all of that content and insight that you heard today. And I promise, as I say, not to take the full time. I won't pick up on everything. I'm going to just talk about the things that had most impact on me. So if I don't mention a key point that you took away, then I apologize, but here are the things that landed with me. So we saw the first panel entitled Corporate Governance as an Enabler of Sustainable Growth, and I think for me that sums up some of the biggest questions for me about corporate governance today. which is its role as a driver of financial performance and or a driver of value for all stakeholders in the long term. And, perhaps more importantly, whether we should think of these two concepts together now, or even as one. So turning to Professor King's wise words and his concept of a healthy company, I thought that was an excellent way to think about the messages that he was given, and I will remember that for some time to come. I was struck by his advice that in understanding why we need to adopt integrated thinking to better drive long-term value for all stakeholders and used an outcomes-based governance approach, we need to look back and understand how the limited liability company came about in the first place. They are a privilege to encourage entrepreneurship, economic growth and jobs, but with that comes responsibility. And implying that to the 20th century, we can no longer only look through the financial lens to understand the positive or negative impact of a company's activities. And that's particularly the case as intangible assets make up such a large part of a company's value these days. Understanding these drivers and the interrelationship between long-term financial performance and a company's license to operate will be fundamental. That's the bargain with society. This was then supported by the Minister using the People, Planet, Profit motto. He also spoke about the role of regulation, something I'll return to in a minute, and of course the importance to governments of good governance in fostering economic growth and jobs. And so then to panel 2. Sorry, we're still on panel 1 actually. We then heard that all business models and strategies are not set up yet to deliver long-term value, which is why the Commission is looking at whether to require companies to disclose sustainability strategies and performance metrics against it. Long-term investors like BlackRock have also realised that business models that are not set up to focus on long-term value risk negative effects to the balance sheet in time. Maybe not tomorrow, but it will happen. We heard, though, from Paula, I thought was a very powerful point, which was that the view from the boardroom is that to change corporate mindsets around sustainability, we need to think of it as a business issue. So it's about risk management, it's about opportunity maximisation. There was some debate on how information metrics and transparency can help achieve these goals, which reminds me of the mantra, what gets measured gets done. So if all we have is narrow financial metrics looking at profit, is it any wonder that the audience identified short-termism by shareholders and in management incentives as the biggest blocker to companies focusing on long-term value? Ghislaine too gave us some wise advice that boards need to ask themselves whether profit today is harming long-term value, which resonated. We must guard against killing the goose to get the golden egg. So questions we need to ask ourselves is what role can regulation of companies play, or of corporate governance play? Is it to encourage boards to think of it as a business issue, or to treat it as CSR, as extracurricular activity, if you like? Well, I believe if we want true change, it's on the first element that we need to focus and to fix the investment disconnect that Yang Manko spoke of. In other words, when the money starts moving based on full transparency of which companies are most likely to create long-term value, then we'll see the mindsets required at companies change very quickly. So then to panel 2, looking at the governance of different business forms. Well, this was a diverse discussion, I thought, and so here are a few rapid-fire points. Good corporate governance principles and thinking on value creation can be applied to all sorts of different organisations, not just listed companies, but there's a big question there about proportionality and judgment. We heard that the experience in Belgium, which I thought was interesting, that private companies are increasingly appointing non-executive directors to their boards, showing the value that people see, that private business sees in having an independent perspective. We heard a warning that changing behaviours in private companies is better done with encouragement and support, not through regulatory compliance. There was some support for codes to be available for private companies, but please don't make it mandatory. Then on to the human factor. Talent, talent, talent. If you get the right people on the board for the outcomes you want, everything else will follow. On the question of new skills and different ways of thinking, we need to find new creative ways to get that input. And we heard the French example of creating parallel advisory boards full of young people to get an alternative perspective. Again, this was demonstrating the value of diversity and innovating governance to help make the best decisions. We sometimes challenge the presence of a clear correlation between superior governance and business performance. That's why I was pleased to hear Johan give the Romanian state-owned enterprise experience, which has seen governance enhancements lead to better financial performance. After hearing Katie then, after lunch, explain why EY is so focused on long-term value, and Olivier's provocation to us to think differently, we moved on to panel 3 and the role of governance in improving business ethics. Ethics pays, said Beatrice. And the audience strongly agrees that ethics and culture are important for sustainable growth. Beatrice encouraged boards to think of ethics as a process by which companies ask why more often. I sometimes like to think about this as it's not a case of whether we could, but whether we should. Pedro too made a very powerful point that ethics takes on an even more important complexion in circumstances where business is taking on duties traditionally the preserve of governments, using anti-money laundering policing by banks as an example, and anti-hate enforcement by tech companies. A topic I expect we will return to in time. You can't legislate for ethics, was another comment. It needs to come from within. Someone much wiser than me once said that the culture and ethics and values of an organization should be a mirror and not an instruction manual. In other words, it should reflect the people you have, not who you hope they will be. And you do that through recruitment, retention, reward, role models. You don't just write a bunch of rules. Ethics too are important to investing, as we heard from Joe Iwasaki. They're not just important for corporates, but needed as part of the investor stewardship responsibilities, and also providing investment advice to the ultimate investors, i.e. everyone in this room. We don't need new ethical principles according to Bistra, but we need to actively apply the existing ones. We need to think about it, but we need to avoid overcomplicating matters. Keep it very simple. When people ask me about ethical decision-making, I say, simply ask yourself, could you look your grandmother in the eye and defend your actions? If the answer is no, then don't do it. Again, on the topic, or rather sort of a left field comment that Beatrice made was around the earlier discussion on stakeholder interests. And I think she gave some wise counsel about the fallacy that can sometimes arise by suggesting that you can look after the interests of all stakeholders equally. It's impossible in many cases. The interests need to be balanced and instead be clear to stakeholders about the trade-offs that are being made and why. Lastly, and I promise I shall finish very shortly, on board effectiveness. Ralph took us through board effectiveness as seen through the lens of the audit committee and the audit, including some comments and observations. He rightly focused on the fundamentals for financial reporting and audit, naming public interest, quality and independence, and I entirely agree. On the topic of how to involve experts, I just wanted to ask you a quick did you know question. You might be surprised to know that in the audit of a multinational mining company, it will involve more than 10 separate experts other than auditors. For example, valuations, tax, actuarial, IT, just to name but a few. It is incumbent on us as an audit firm to ensure those experts who are vital to audit quality understand their responsibilities so that they acquire the auditor's DNA that Ralph spoke of. And we expect the use of experts to be even more important, not less, as reporting and assurance will no doubt evolve to facilitate the long-term thinking that we've been discussing today. And on the question of what contributes to board effectiveness, again, some quick-fire points. Competence as a driver of independence, we need to ask wise questions. Capacity, directors need to be present and have sufficient time to devote to working hard on their jobs. Board evaluations are an important factor, but we need to be clear to stakeholders how they are done. And we need to define independence criteria positively, not negatively. Say what they are, not what they are not. I thought there was a good analogy there back to King 4 and the ICRAFT principles. Let's think about outcomes, not inputs. Marima explained helpfully how tech disruption affects different aspects of a board's role around market, business model and strategy, risk management, and technology as an asset. I'd also add to that list of 3 how technology can be used to assist boards with their governance role, an emerging area. Jan talked about combating the natural human biases like overconfidence and groupthink for better decision-making. He advocated asking naive questions. And Marina talked about gender parity initiatives and their vital importance to providing good board pipeline. The world, though, is very flat. and we need more inclusive boards with greater connection with the outside world. And perhaps also to address groupthink, audit committees should not be stuffed full of accountants and auditors. Finally, corporate governance, and I'm going to end with this, is an art and not a science. It's about human behaviour, it is organic, and will constantly change. So that's it, nearly it from me. I'd just like to say a few thank yous. I can't thank everybody because you'll be here until tomorrow if I did that. So first, to the Romanian EU presidency for their supporting this initiative, to Sarana and the Romanian Independent Directors Institute, to my partner Bogdan and all the team at EY Romania for their great organisation, to all our speakers, panellists and moderators, whether travelling from near or far, for sharing your insights. Lastly, to my fellow team members, Elizabeth, Liena, Lily, Ivan and Carol for their sterling work in delivering these events. And before you go, I have one final ask. If you like what you saw and experienced, please promote it to your networks. A video recording of the event will shortly be on the website, and we will release a white paper in due course. Thank you, safe travels, and see you next time.